But if you have something that you want to share with the group, any fun. Check them out. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, we were already down here getting set up on that.
I figured that's
Yeah, perfect. Anybody else besides tonight?
We have a quorum to approve the minutes without ordinance, so I'm just gonna go ahead and proceed.
Yeah.
And then, hopefully he'll be here. I don't see any other refusals, so it'll probably be.
Yeah, I think we can technically everything then.
Yeah, we'll just go until. he
Yeah,
gets here.
we have, we'll have at least 4 members for every application.
All right, it's 5:15 and are we good? Okay. It's 5:15 and we have a very long meeting, so although we do expect one additional member of the board to arrive, I want to go ahead and get started to save us all from being here very late. So this is the July 15, 2025 meeting of the City of Charleston Board of Zoning Appeals Zoning. Present here today are Allison Grass, Robin Richards, Chappie McKay, John Bennett, me, your chair, Jeff Tibbles. Present from the planning staff are Robert Summerfield and Matthew Slagle. These proceedings are being recorded and we ask that those who speak please identify yourself for the record. We will conduct this meeting in the usual fashion. We will first receive information from city staff about the application and their recommendation. If the recommendation is favorable and no one objects to the application, the matter is uncontested. The Board of Zoning Appeals usually, but not always, approves uncontested applications. For all applications, the board reserves the right to ask questions of the staff, applicant, or others in attendance prior to rendering a decision. If, however, the city recommends against the application, or if there is opposition to the application, we treat the matter as contested and hear from the applicant and anyone else who is in favor of the application. Next, we hear from anyone opposed, followed by a short rebuttal from the applicant. We then close the public hearing portion of the meeting for that particular application and open discussion to the Board of Zoning Appeals members only. We will then make a decision to approve with conditions, or deny the application. The Board of Zoning Appeals zoning has the authority to do 3 things. Number 1, hear appeals to the zoning administrator. Number 2, grant special exceptions, a fact-finding function of the board. And number 3, grant variances to the zoning ordinance if the application meets the hardship test outlined in section 54-924 of the ordinance. The board may deliberate and make a final decision on a matter by a majority vote of members present at the hearing and qualified to vote, provided that not less than a quorum is present and qualified to vote. However, an affirmative vote of 2/3 of the board members present and voting shall be required before a use variance may be granted. For a variance to be granted, the Board of Zoning Appeals must make the following findings. A, that there are extraordinary and exceptional conditions pertaining to the particular piece of property. B, these conditions do not generally apply to other property in the vicinity. C, because of these conditions, the application of the ordinance to the particular piece of property would effectively prohibit or unreasonably restrict the utilization of the property. And D, the authorization of a variance will not be of substantial detriment to adjacent property or to the public good, and the character of the district will not be harmed by the granting of the variance. I'm required by our city ordinance to ask you to swear to tell the truth if you intend to speak tonight. So if you do intend to speak, please raise your right hand. If you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, you'll signify by saying I do.
I do.
Thank you. All right, we do have one deferral, only one deferral. And that is B3. And B3 is let's see. We got the shipyards, Wando Creek. All right, so B3 Wando Creek Lane in Cainhoy is going to be deferred. So if you're here for Wando Creek, boatyard dry stack, that's going to be deferred. We're not going to hear that. So you can excuse yourself. Looks like nobody's here for that matter.
And Mr. Chairman, just for the record, that is anticipated to be back before the board at the August 19th meeting.
Okay. Thank you. All right, so we'll dive into the agenda. Item A, review of minutes and deferred applications from previously advertised BZA-Z agendas. Number 1, review of minutes from the June 17, 2025 special meeting. We do have a quorum of 4 who attended that meeting, and so we're qualified to vote to approve those minutes of the special meeting. Is there a motion?
Move approval.
Mr. Bennett moves to approve. Is there a second? Ms. Grass seconds the motion. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None are opposed. The motion passes. The minutes of the special meeting are approved. For the record, I abstained because I was not present at that meeting. The next item on our agenda is A2, review of minutes from the June 17, 2025 regular meeting. Again, we have a quorum. Do I have a motion?
Move approval.
Mr. Bennett moves to approve. Is there a second? Second. Mr. McKay seconds the motion. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None are opposed. The motion passes by 4-0. The minutes of the June 17, 2025 regular meeting are approved. Again, I have abstained from that vote. A3, 2B Piedmont Avenue, Wagner Terrace, Council District 6, PMS number 463-11-03-122, zoned SR2, requesting variances from section 54-301 to allow an accessory dwelling unit with a 25-foot front setback, 60 feet are required, and 3.1-foot south side setback, 9 feet are required. The owners are Paul and Stephanie Visser. The applicant is B Studio Architecture. Mr. Summerfield.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, you saw this one at a previous meeting. It is this somewhat irregularly shaped lot here next to a very triangular lot on Piedmont Avenue in the Wagner Terrace neighborhood. It had been requested by the board to be deferred so that the applicant would have an opportunity to get with the neighborhood association and get some additional feedback on their proposal. I'll let the applicant speak to how their meeting went. We do not have a letter from the neighborhood in support or opposition to this application at this time. And so, again, they have not changed anything relative to this request. You can see the existing house and the existing neighborhood pattern there. Again, I would just mention they do have the issue on this site of the rather large drainage easement in the rear of the yard that makes trying to do something in that rear yard, even though it seems like a pretty big backyard, much more difficult. It pretty much leaves the side yard available for this proposed project. Again, you can see in the aerial a little more zoomed in there. The house is an elevated structure. The neighboring house is elevated. You can kind of see how that fits in there. The applicant has provided some additional pictures just showing some other, it says nearby examples, just some other accessory buildings that are in existence within the Wagner Terrace neighborhood. You can see the kind of how the floor plan works here. You can see the elevations here. And then they did have neighbor support from the neighbor Piedmont. My understanding, though, is that this owner is in the process of selling this property. So, well, one of them, I can't remember which. So while we do have some correspondence about support, I guess it should be noted that at least one of the neighboring homes is on the market. We do have an if approved condition that we would like to have included for the record. If there is a motion to approve, that condition would be that the ADU must comply with all applicable provisions of section 54.214 for accessory dwelling units. It's more of a housekeeping condition than anything else, because we just want to make sure as an accessory dwelling unit that it's we go into it knowing what all of the rules are and that it's fully compliant with that section. That said, staff's recommendation on this one is tricky. I think part of the discussion last time was the fact that while we are in support of the variances for the setbacks, we acknowledge that the site is difficult to do any kind of accessory structure on. Again, because of that drainage easement in the rear, and the fact that our code does allow for you to do an accessory structure. We think there is the odd shaped lot. There's the additional hardship imposed by the drainage easement, kind of reducing the building envelope when you take the setbacks into account. That said, we do have concerns about just how close it is to the existing home. It will have to fire rate. The fact that the accessory unit is accessed, only from the back, for a building that would be kind of fronted on basically the front of the property, that somewhat breaks apart the street. That said, without having received any opposition in writing, either through our portal or through any letters received, although I do believe there's at least one member of the public here tonight to speak in opposition, it has, I guess, a little bit of begrudging recommendation for approval from staff, just because it meets everything but 4, but I don't have anything from the neighborhood to really be able to help me with that 4 test. So with that, staff is recommending for approval with the condition.
All right, thank you, Robin. Do we have somebody here to speak in opposition to the application? If we do, raise your hand. We'll hear from both of you after we hear from the owner or applicant. Is the owner or applicant present?
Yeah. Applicant.
Yes.
Chris Bowman, Case City Architecture. As discussed the last time we were in front of you, as well as noted by the city, this particular property does have a relatively odd shape, as well as the backyard being kind of generally taken over by a drainage easement. I have an ability to click.
You don't have the ability to click. Just tell me where you want to go.
Okay, well, let's go to the site plan, it'd be helpful. Next. I think this particular project or this particular image, go back to the last one site,
This one?
to the one with the aerial on it, please. Next one forward.
Oh, you know what? The
Okay,
delay
this one's fine. This is almost
there's
that
a-
was
sorry, there's a delay between my.
no worries. Yeah, because of the general site and the rear drainage easement, we were unable to do any kind of accessory structure in the backyard. And therefore, the most logical place for it is to the side of the property. The hope for the owners was to make it as small as possible, to make it still a livable unit. They are well aware of the ADU accessory, the ADU requirements. This will always be, or never be, a short-term rental of any type. Their hope is to be able to long-term have a family member stay in the property in the future. It is also in a flood zone. So while there has been some thoughts about the shape of the existing structure, it would have to be elevated anyway. Looking at the existing home, the flood level brings it up 7 feet off the ground regardless. We raised it an extra foot just to be able to make it a garage. And so instead of a somewhat blank facade fronting the street, it has a garage door, which somewhat, the small little structure with a garage kind of matches the building, the primary residence in terms of like use and scale. So it looks like one residence. The neighbor and building to the north has a similar scenario where there is a home with a small structure next to it as well. I know there was some talk about the angle of that particular structure. If we were to look at the aerial, we can see that the rest of the homes in the neighborhood are actually parallel to their south boundary line and not necessarily the street. Yeah, the older homes farther north, as the street kind of veers to the left, they tend to be a little more perpendicular to the street. And the hope is to separate it just a little bit to allow some light into the structure. We do have other people that have expressed support. The neighbor to the right-hand side, which is the most effective, that was the copy at last we had a text message exchange. We have since at least got an email from them. Or to this, it's the email we received from them. Second page is just confirmation that our name matches the tax records, and it was also forwarded to the neighborhood group. So they have that similar copy. We went to the neighborhood association. We did not receive negative feedback or pushback. They requested that we get more verification from this particular neighbor for their approval letter. And we were notified recently that we need approval from all the neighbors that are surrounding, and we were unable to do so in the period of when we got that response from the neighborhood group. I think that generally touches on the main points we have for this particular project.
You just said you presented it to the neighborhood association
We did,
and they have expressed no opinion one way or the other.
They said they would be willing to give us a support letter if we had gotten a letter from that neighbor that was most effective. At that point, all we had was that text exchange. And so we've gotten that support in a very generic email that we forwarded on. And they mentioned, once we did it, we needed to get support from all the neighbors surrounding us. We were unable to get support information from all the neighbors surrounding us.
Okay. Are you aware of opposition from the immediate adjacent neighbors?
The neighborhood group said somebody had reached out, yes. I talked to one neighbor.
Okay. All right, thanks, Mr. Bonner. We'll be back with you unless you've got anything else to add.
I think that covers it.
Okay, thank you. Do we have anybody else who wishes to speak in support of this application? Anybody who wants to speak in support of 2B Piedmont? All right, seeing no one else in. No,
Okay, yeah,
yes.
Virginia Bergstrom, and I'm from West Ashley. And I'm excited to see this design, and I'll tell you why. Because I own land in another state and I'm working with architects to create more multi-generational opportunities for families to live on the same piece of land. So your mom can move in, your teenager can move out, your grandmother can go to the first floor while you go into the ADU, but giving families in the next generation, for mine, more flexibility on their property that they own, I think has a lot of merit. I'm also a short-term rental host, or have been in the past before Mount Pleasant changed their ordinances, and did that in a very meaningful, non-intrusive, not upsetting manner. Wagner Terrace is a little bit of a different animal. I understand the necessity to be more careful, but when we're seeing cities like Raleigh asking people to do infill development and add ADUs to their existing lots to create more affordable opportunities, that's just long-term thinking for cities that are growing. And so I'm excited to see this, and I hope and ask as a member of Charleston County and the city of Charleston. I live at 1839 Somerset Circle, Northridge Terrace, and I would put an ADU in my yard if I had the money. I'm just working on an upstairs apartment instead inside my house with an extra, because I grew up in a house in the old village of Mount Pleasant with an upstairs apartment, and my grandmother lived in it, and I lived through Hurricane Hugo in it, and in between places we were living. So having a place for your family to have privacy and at the same time closeness is incredibly healthy for humans. So by all means, thumbs up.
Thank you. Anybody else who'd like to speak in support of the application? 2B Piedmont. All right, seeing no one else in support, we'll hear from those who are in opposition to the application.
Edmund Most, 879 Ashley Avenue, and Mr. Summerfield, can you bring up the aerial, please? Site plan aerial.
This aerial or?
His aerial, yeah, one more. Plan view aerial.
That's it. This is the R zoning aerial and our zoning map, and then there's a delay
Okay,
for
that's fine. So my house is to the, I guess, plan southeast. It has a swimming pool. It's kind of hard to see from this angle, but it has a swimming pool back there. My wife and I have lived in that house for almost 20 years now, and we're starting to feel like we belong in Wagner Terrace, which is a long time because we've seen a lot of people come over. I'm in opposition of this for a number of different reasons, and I am city staff, full disclosure, I'm city staff as well here, but I'm not representing city staff tonight. I did prepare a letter to the neighborhood association. Due to my schedule, I was unable to attend the previous BZA. I understand that it only is notified through the newspaper and on the website as well. I go to a lot of city meetings, so unfortunately I wasn't here previously, and I did not attend the neighborhood association meeting, but I do have a copy of the letter that I provided to the neighborhood association, and I have enough copies. May I distribute that?
Please.
Thank you.
I've been in the construction and design industry. I'm a design professional myself for over 30 years. All that time has been here in Charleston. And as a city employee, I worked under Mayor Riley, and he said we must be good stewards of the public realm. We must be good stewards of the public realm. And that's really what your job is here today, not my job. I'm the resident next door, and I don't believe that they're meeting the variance test here. I think surgically things were put into the application and things were omitted from the application to see it more favorable for the neighborhood. I've been in here for 20 years, as I said before, and there are very few ADUs around, if you really circle around this radius here. There are a few, and they all respect the historical fabric of Wagner Terrace. And that's what drew me to it. This is a post or mid-World War community right here, which is mostly bungalows and small accessory structures in the back. And some people have converted them to ADUs. I have absolutely no problem with that because it stays with the fabric of the neighborhood. I do have a problem when you take a building and you call it an accessory unit and you shove it up to the front facade of the building, and it's competing with the architecture, and it's competing with the urban fabric of the public realm of Wagner Terrace. I went through all my items in that letter there, and it really touches back to the variance test, and it touches back to the applicant's explanation of meeting variance tests, and I don't believe that it does. If you'd like, I can go through all those items, or you could refer back to the letter. I'm happy to give you a few moments to read it if you need as well.
It seems as though most of your opposition relates to the fourth element of the variance test, that it will not be of substantial detriment to adjacent property or to the public good, and the character of the district will not be harmed by the granting of the variance. So why don't you talk about that one?
Sure. As I stated before, you don't see this type of situation anywhere in Wagner Terrace. The examples in the application, I think at least two, maybe three of the examples are on corner lots, which have two front-facing facades of the road. And actually, one is a very fine example. It's across the street from Lowndes Grove. And those do have facades that are up closer to the side street, but that's because it has two fronts right there. You have to with the way that those lots were originally platted out. I feel like this is detrimental to the urban fabric because you don't see this anywhere else in Wagner Terrace, and you're eliminating it from what the character is of this neighborhood.
And I think apparently in your letter, you take issue with the notion that there's a unique and unusual condition pertaining to this particular piece of property i.e. the drainage easement, and you contend that there are other properties that have that same condition. Is that correct?
Yes, Chairman. Actually, the property to the plan south right there has that same drainage easement that ties into the marsh further plan south there. It does not exist on the property to the plan north, which provided the letter of support. And again, that's just somebody buying the house and flipping it. And here's my letter of recommendation. I don't really feel like that holds a lot of ground when you reach out to the neighbors right there. The property to the plan south, originally, they were not going to provide a letter of support because the house was under contract. And they were waiting for that contract to clear. The house is sold and they're moving out right now. So now they provided the letter of support.
All right, does anybody have any questions for Mr. Most?
Were you approached by the applicant?
Yes, we did have an email exchange. He had reached out to Wagner Terrace. Wagner Terrace said that they would not be providing a letter of support. He reached out to me and asked if I had any questions about it, and I said, "Did you have any new information to present?" And he said, "I'm happy to answer any questions you have." No additional conversation.
Any other questions? All right, thank you, Mr. Most. Appreciate your input. Yes, sir. Come on up. Please state your name for the record and address.
I'm Gable Stubbs. I live in the house directly behind the site we're talking about. Just to full disclosure, I too am an employee of the city of Charleston, but I'm not here today speaking in reference to the city of Charleston. Also, I am an architect and I'm a native Charlestonian. And my great-great-grandparents lived right up the street from this house. So Wagner Terrace is very dear to me. I was excited to have the opportunity to locate in Wagner Terrace about 7 years ago. And actually my house was one of those where, again, we had to build back on exactly on the foundation. We could not have any variances or anything. And I think we're at a critical juncture in the neighborhood. We have a lot of development going on, a lot of people coming in and either tearing down or adding on and so forth. And I think this is an opportunity for us to make sure that we are following this ordinance as much as we possibly can, and recognizing the value of the historic setbacks and structures that are in the neighborhood. And I feel like this one unfortunately does actually harm the character of the district. Item number D on there, because it does set up precedents that could be very detrimental for the neighborhood. The idea that the scale of this particular building and the orientation and the proximity to the main house just is not a good precedence that we want to have in the neighborhood. I think the examples that were highlighted in the application were very much indicative of what is appropriate in terms of the orientation, the scale relative to the existing house and the proximity to the existing house, as well as the proximity to the street. They are compliant with that and kind of reinforce that line of the street. But unfortunately, this one, I get the issue with the easement, but the easement was there when you bought the property. Just like in my house, I have easement issues. I can't add on, I can't do things. So I think we just need to be careful, because all it takes is just one step and then another step. And before you know it, we have projects that just really are detrimental to the neighborhood.
All right, thank you, Mr.
I never was approached about this. I never knew it was even happening. Fortunately, one of my other neighbors just mentioned it to me, like out of the blue, and I was like, okay, what do I do? So that's why I'm here.
All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Stubbs. Anybody have any questions before you leave? Let me just make sure nobody has any questions for you.
And I was the second letter of opposition that was submitted to the neighborhood association.
Thank you, Mr. Stubbs.
All right, thank you.
Appreciate your input. All right. Anybody else who wishes to speak in opposition to the application at 2B? All right, seeing no one in opposition. Any further, Mr. Bonner, you can respond to the rebuttal.
When I received notification that there was opposition, I did reach out to both gentlemen who talked this evening. I have talked directly with Mr. Gable. He did return my email and phone call. I don't know what's in Mr. Most's letter. He did not forward it to me, nor would he return my phone calls. I have email exchange trying to have that conversation, but I did not get anything back. I do understand that this particular proposal is a little different from the neighborhood. This particular property has forced that. I know the owner would rather put it in the backyard. Of course, that would have certainly put a structure much closer to both these neighbors' backyard. And so the most affected home is the south and not the two that are behind the home. It is also in a flood zone, so while there is thought about the scale of the building that we are presenting, the idea that it is a unit above a garage, it mostly is that it can't be any lower, maybe a foot lower. Of course, then it's just a blank wall in the front, just because of the flood zone elevation. We can't go any lower. No structure that would be finished could be any lower and still get built kind of on that property anywhere. So backyard, it would have been tall, front yard or towards the side is also just generally that scale. We tried to make it look much like a garage building attached, as a part of the existing main home. Because we feel that those kind of garage buildings do exist in the general neighborhood vicinity. And the hope was not to make it look like two separate houses. That's one reason why, as mentioned, the entrance to it is kind of around the backhand side. Because the hope is not to present itself as a whole second house, but merely just, a garage structure next door. That is kind of part of generational living in this property. I think that's generally about all I can say to it specifically.
Okay, is there, one of the things that we heard both gentlemen in opposition say was that they believe that it will be a detriment to the character of the neighborhood. Could you speak on that?
Sure. I mean, the great thing about Migrant Terrace, that is a varied mix of homes. There are certainly post-World War II homes, bungalows. There are now a number of new construction projects as well. We get out towards the water. Many homes that have been built in the last 20, 25 years that are elevated have a different character. So that general mix of homes in the neighborhood is kind of what makes it so special. It is a denser neighborhood than most of, let's say, the suburban areas of the city. And so these homes and these buildings, these various accessory structures do start taking up more and more lot. Obviously, both individuals who spoke today do have accessory structures. One's a storage building, one's a pool. Both are considered accessory structures. So they've taken advantage, of that ability to build those on their lot, whereas this particular person can't do it in their backyard because it's all a flood zone, or all a deeded easement. So I mean, there's certainly a relatively constrained ability for this particular owner to do something with this property.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bonner. Anybody have any questions? Mr. Bonner?
I do. Can you please tell me what the square footage is of the footprint of the house?
I believe it is 1,200 square feet. Sorry. I believe it's around 1,200 square feet.
Okay. And can you explain why you decided to design it at an angle?
Sure. First off, there are obviously windows in the existing home. So the homeowners did desire to maintain a little bit light as possible to come in those windows. Mentioned earlier by the city, there is some fire separation distances that, to separate a little bit helps with that ability for fire separation. And then the owners, because their thought is to rent this out independently before a family member goes in, have a little bit of separation for sound. Contrary to what the support individual who came up and talked earlier, this home will be deeded and will never be able to do short-term rentals. That's part of the ADU ordinance. To get that approval, it cannot be short-term rented. It will always be a long-term rental kind of unit by deed.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bonner. All right, heard from everybody. Any discussion?
I want to ask the city, so the square footage for the footprint of the accessory building is 600. Is that the maximum?
That's a great question. I think the maximum is like 800.
I thought I read it was 600. I
Um,
must have seen something.
We've got two different numbers in there, so there's a condition, if it does this, then it's this, if it does that, and I don't remember it right off the top of my head. I have to take a second to look it up in code.
I think part of their application said that whatever the conditions you're talking about, it meets 600 or 800, that I believe theirs was 600. So I was just curious what you think about the applicant requesting the 698 square feet. Beyond it, if that's an issue for the city.
Let me, if y'all want to continue to have discussion, I will look the appropriate section on each other.
All right, any discussion while we're getting that additional information?
Sorry, my connection is really slow tonight.
I have some thoughts. I guess
Yeah.
I'm sort of looking at the variance test and I'm seeing a few of these boxes getting checked, but I don't see all of them. And I tend to agree with the opposition that item D, the substantial detriment to the adjacent property, the public good. Most importantly, the character of the district. I realize there's some variation in the character of the neighborhood, and that's, I think that's great, but I think the rhythm gets thrown off when you have a very tall and narrow structure that's plunked in between two existing buildings. To me, most of the buildings along that street are relatively consistent in their general form in terms of distance back and width. But then you have a very small, tall, slender book that gets slid in between two others, and it just, to me, it kind of throws things off, and that's independent of the skew. I know we talked at the last meeting about why the building was rotated, but and I'm not necessarily bothered by that as much as I had been previously. The more I'm thinking about it, but the general form of that building, I think, is maybe doesn't fit the character. So that's that part I'm having the hardest time getting over is the character of the district.
I kind of concur with you too. Looking back at the property tax map, you can see that it used to be one lot and it was divided into two, and then two rather substantial properties were put on there that are still almost out of character with it. And then we're adding an additional dwelling that just kind of aggravates that situation.
Mr. Summerfield?
Yes, I have. So the section you're thinking about, Ms. Cross, is that the ADU shall include no more than 850 square feet of conditioned floor area, provided, however, for ADUs within an accessory building approved utilizing the setback exceptions that we have in section 54-506F. Those have a maximum building footprint of 600 square feet. So because this one is asking for variances, it's not using that special exception. It can be up to 850 square feet of space.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Further discussion? Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion to deny the application.
I'll second that.
Okay, I saw Ms. Grass's hand go up.
Ms.
but
Grass.
I heard from Mr. McKay.
Ms. Grass.
So, all right, so the motion is made to deny the application for the variance by Mr. Bennett. It's been seconded by Ms. Grass. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? None are opposed. The motion for the variance for 2B Piedmont Avenue is denied. Thank you very much for your efforts, and I think we're on pretty good ground with the character of the district. I think you heard from the neighbors and the board their concerns, so appreciate your time and effort. Thank you. All right, the next item on our agenda, B, new applications. Number 1, 257, 2621 King Street, downtown, Council District 8. EMS number 457-08-01-050, zoned GBA, requesting the fourth one-year extension of a vested right that expires on July 21, 2025. The vested right pertains to a special exception granted under section 54-220 for a 12-unit accommodations use. The owner is 257 King Street Partnership. The applicant is Reggie Gibson Architects. Henry Lee, Mr. Summerfield.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, so this is the fourth of the one-year extensions that are essentially automatic by statute. And so again, this continues to be compliant with the original special exception. You can see the information from before. So with the fact that this is not a request to make any changes, and it is under their statutorily kind of mandated approval, we would recommend approval and ask that you do so.
Okay. Do I have a motion? Ms. Grass moves to approve. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Bennett seconds the motion. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? None are opposed. The motion passes by 5-0. The fourth year extension of the vested right for 257-261 King Street is granted. The next item on the agenda, new applications. B2, 411 Meeting Street, Cannonboro, Elliottboro, Council District 4, TMS number 459-09-03-114, zoned MU2 Accommodations Overlay A1. Requesting an amendment under section 54-964 of an existing accommodations use special exception granted in November 2022 relating to minimum residential dwelling units and bedrooms. The owner is Bennett Meeting Street LLC. The applicant is Womble Bond Dickinson, US LLP, James Wilson, Mr. Summerfield.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, we should acknowledge that Mr. Bennett is recused on this item and has stepped away. So this is a modification to the existing special exception that already exists for a hotel that is proposed at the corner of Meeting Street and Mary. As you can see here in the aerial, the zoning, you can see the lot as it exists essentially now, but based on the date of this aerial, existed in March of 2023. The applicant has been before you a couple times. Well, this will be the second time to modify the conditions of approval from the special exception specific to the requirements that were put in place for a minimum number of residential dwelling units and bedrooms. The board approved the previous request to reduce that number of units and the number of bedrooms. They have since gone back and done some modifications to the plans that they would be then taking to Board of Architectural Review to reduce the scale of the project. In doing so, they are requesting the elimination of the requirement for the residential unit, for the specified residential units, and obviously the bedrooms. There will still be a residential component to the project. They are providing for sale units as a part of the overall development. However, again, like I said, they are reducing the scale of the development. Specifically, they're reducing the scale of the development along the area that the applicant has set aside as an easement for continuation of the low line. So this is a block where there is no existing right of way through the site, but the applicant has committed to providing land for the continuation of the low line. And in their latest iteration of their drawings, they are reducing that scale along the low line to make that more pedestrian centric. That's where they're going to have more of their conference and meeting space. So again, it creates that energy between the people maybe coming and going for meetings and stuff versus hotel guests and what have you. along that future segment of the low line. In acknowledgement of the fact that those original conditions were put in place prior to the current ordinance and the current special exception rules, but were put in place to try to address the fact that this had been a site that had apartments that were mainly student being used as kind of student housing, as I understand it. But the times and conditions have changed in downtown with a number of other residential developments that have come online, different requirements on other projects, that having this number and particularly the bedroom count, with the reduced scope, particularly the improvements along what would be the low line. Staff is recommending support of this removal. Again, in acknowledgement that they are retaining some residential component with the fact that there will be the for sale condos that will be a part of the development. So it's not just a straight hotel development. And the other kind of components that will be a part of this development. And then there's again, not necessarily a part of this project, but again, you kind of almost need to take it into from the planning side, we need to take it into consideration, is that there's the sister project that happens like right across the other side of the low line that kind of creates a balance. So staff is recommending approval of the requested change for all those reasons stated. I do need to note that we did receive one letter of opposition from the Preservation Society of Charleston. And that is in your public comment packet. We did not receive any submitted letters of support relative to this item.
All right, thank you, Mr. Summerfield. Do we have anyone here in opposition to the application for 411 Meeting Street? Anybody here in opposition? Okay, I see you. We'll hear from the owner applicant, Mr. Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is James Wilson with Buffalo Dickinson. I'm here on behalf of the applicant, and with me is Dean Duncan, also with the applicant. So you all have heard me before on this project on 411 Meeting Street. It's been around for a good long time. And to give you just a little bit more background, just to remember, as Mr. Summerfield said, these were old student apartments that were pretty worn down in need of redevelopment. They've been raised probably like 8 years ago now. The site, of course, was historically a commercial and industrial site, had a railroad spur, but subsequent to that, they did have these apartments for a while. The property, just to be clear, just because this may come up, it's natural thinking. This is not a workforce or affordable housing situation. The property was never zoned workforce housing. So if you see the zoning map that's on the screen right now, the property is zoned MU2, unlike the next door property and other ones you'll see, say MU2WH. So just to be clear, this is not a workforce or affordable housing property or issue. It's just a straight MU2 property. When the BZA approved the hotel project years ago, they did add this condition to put back some residential on the property, but that was not required as a point of making under the zoning and the ordinance. It wasn't required. It was a discretionary decision by council at that time. In those same ordinance provisions from back then, 2016, still apply today. In other words, that is the applicable test. Circumstances have changed, as Mr. Summerfield has described, in a number of ways, one of which is the surrounding area. So, the test at the time is still applicable to this approval today. Is the board supposed to consider the impact on housing stock in the area, not on the site, but in the area? So as you've heard us say in past times, we've looked at over the past 10, 12 years, how things have evolved in this area that I call sort of the king and meeting corridor north of Calhoun. And at this point, there are more than 2,000 new residential units are either completed or under construction today. And there are close to 1,000 more that are planned. You know, as recently as last week, the Courier Square Phase 3 project went through first step of VAR, it was approved, and that has about 300 units. But the point is, the concern back then at the time that, well, wow, what impact might this have on this kind of housing in this area was, well, we don't really know. Well, we do know today. There hasn't been a negative impact, just the opposite. There's been a tremendous increase and continues to be. I think that, you know, there'll be some more discussion from, you know, the Preservation Society, you know, sent a letter. There'll be some discussion about the importance of having residential on the peninsula. We all know that's part of what the city's interested in. It's across the United States, cities are concerned and grappling with housing affordability. This project is not really that, and that's a tremendously important subject, not just for Charleston, but for most cities. This project is not that. What these are, these residences that have been planned as part of this hotel, they're actually part of the hotel. They're branded residences, and they're literally connected with, have access to, and, you know, sharing the amenities with the hotel. You all are probably familiar with Four Seasons project on, you know, the lower part of King Meeting Street, and same thing. That's what these units are. And the point is that not only is this property not a zone for workforce housing or requirement, but that's not what these units are. These type of residences are about. The project has been the reason why we're here is the project has been the mass has been scaled back a bit, and as I think all of you know, construction costs have skyrocketed. Financing costs, interest rates, of course, have gone up dramatically, and so, you know, the applicant is reconsidering and looking at every aspect of this project and what makes sense. And all of these parts are tied together, which I mean, having more residential isn't simply, oh, we'll just create some, you know, take some airspace above a building. These things are they're all tied together with working with amenities, with access and connections. And the point is that it's not possible just to sort of, well, just tack on some inexpensive units. Everything relates to other things and the location of amenities and how the parking works. The reality is that financially this works to do a limited number of these residences. We don't really believe there's a market and the way the site works and to do, you know, 100 of these. And so what's planned right now is probably to do about 35 or 40 residences, which is again kind of similar to what Four Seasons project has. I'd like to just do a quick handout because we didn't get these to the city in time, and just so you'll understand what we're talking about. There's 2 pages. Second. Thank you. The first page that you see is what project was originally funded. So that's what I'll call sort of like the residential tower. You're looking at this from Reed Street from the north side. And what you see on the right-hand side of there is where the low line would go. And so that's the part that we're scaling, that whole section you're looking at there is what we're scaling down. So if you flip to the second page shows on the left-hand side what that structure would look like instead, which is a much scaled down 2-story structure. And what you're looking at in the foreground is what's envisioned for the low line here going along there. And as some people said, the idea is, you know, create connectivity with that conference space and that lower 2-story two-story building and create that interaction and activity there to help activate the low line. The scaling it down also helps with, creating space for the low line. Again, this is not, there's no publicly owned right of way here. This is just private property. The applicant also owns the property adjacent to it, so we actually have the ability to create a good size low line area here, meaning we have both sides of it. We have the ability to do, and that's part of what's being presented to BAR. And we, the low line, as you know, is an important priority of the city, and particularly in these areas that are privately owned, where the city doesn't already own the right of way. We do believe that the project as a whole is a valuable addition to the city. I sort of think of it as, we have Charleston Place, down on Market Street area. This is a full service conference hotel in the north of Calhoun, in an area that is designated for hospitality. There's obviously lots of concern you hear all the time about putting more hospitality down south of Calhoun. And so we do think this is the right place. We think it fits with the city's plan. We've been working with all levels of city staff, from the mayor to TRC, for many years on this. And we believe it's going to be an attractive and beneficial addition to the city. So I'll leave it there, and I know that there'll be at least somebody speaking, and can come back and answer questions or answer questions now.
I do have a question. So originally, when the special exception was approved in June of 2016, there was a condition of 159 residential unit minimum and 231 bedrooms must be constructed and maintained. And then in 2022, you came before us and you requested an amendment to that condition. And it was amended to require a minimum of 100 residential units with at least 146 bedrooms to be constructed and maintained on site. And what is the specific request this evening? Zero?
Yes, we are asking to eliminate a specific requirement. We still fully intend to do, as I said, somewhere in the range of 35 or 40 units. But the specific request is to remove this condition this evening, and then we'll, that's our plan right now. As I said, the reason we're back here is because both practical realities and the market and, has caused us to revisit and rethink about different pieces and to scale the project back somewhat. But yes, that is the actual request this evening.
How many hotel room units are you?
It's approved for 300 hotels.
Okay. So you're not requesting a reduction in the number of hotel rooms?
Well, we can ask Mr. Stubbs, I think I don't think that the city would prevent us from reducing the number of hotel rooms if we.
But that's not part of your request this evening. You're not seeking a reduction of the number of hotel rooms.
And
300.
We're not asking to reduce the number of allowed hotel rooms. I don't know that we're necessarily doing that, many, but not asking to do that. But partly because in the past, when we've had, say, a approval for a 50-room hotel, if we've scaled that back to 49 or 48, it hadn't required BZA approval to come down, so to speak. This is an odd thing because, of course, normally you hear requests for doing more development, and this is a little odd because we're sort of requesting that we want to scale back, but that we're not asking to. This is the one condition that we're asking to look at.
So if we were to approve this request to amend the condition again, the second time, we would be going from a 300 unit approval with the condition of 159 residential units and 231 bedrooms in 2016 to 300 hotel rooms and 100 residential units with 146 bedrooms to 300. But now you're seeking 300 hotel rooms and no residential unit.
Yeah, there was never a ratio of hotel rooms to residential. What was going on, and again, the test under the ordinance then and now is, board, you're supposed to consider the impact on housing stock in the area. And the board, or Mr. Project, chairman at the time, after there was a motion to approve, he said, let's add a condition. And they said, yeah, let's do that, because I know Mr. Wilson is saying there's all sorts of residential in the works that's coming to this district, but projects sometimes happen, sometimes don't. And what we're here tonight saying is, note, all of those plus a lot more have happened, and there's even more coming. And so we believe that consideration, that's the test, is well beyond well satisfied. I mean, it's decidedly satisfied. So we don't believe that condition, that concern is really applicable tonight. That was the source of the condition, was that part of the test.
Why was the request for 0 residential units not made in 2022?
Well, at the time, we had not scaled back the project this way. At that time, in 2022, what we proposed and the board approved was, we said, what we'd actually like to do is we'd like to do fewer larger units, meaning we weren't reducing square footage. We were just changing the makeup of units. So we actually were going to do more, 2 and 3 bedroom units, fewer 1 bedroom units. So we needed to bring down the number of units in bedroom, actually bedrooms I don't think we were bringing down. But we weren't reducing square footage. This, we're actually scaling back the project, like I'm showing you those photos.
And how far are you along in your development plan or approvals for your scaled back project as you described?
Well, I believe we actually got final BAR approval on the original plan, and then went back to BAR, I want to say a couple months ago, and said, we'd like to revise it in this manner. And BAR said, that's fine. You can do that as a modification of the existing approval. And so we're very far along. We do have to go back to BAR to say, okay, we've shown them conceptually what you're looking at. And we'd have to take back the very specifics of design of that. But that's where we are with it.
Okay. And in your current plan, how many accommodations units do you have? How many hotel rooms?
We have 298 keys and 32 condos right now.
So 298 hotel rooms, 32, is that correct? Residences.
And there's nothing to prevent you from changing those plans to go to 0 residences if you wanted to, if we approve your application for the amendment.
Correct, that is the questions in front of you, but obviously glad to talk.
Okay. And the housing stock was the issue in 2016, as you've described. And you made the point that this kind of residential unit that is contemplated to be built today is not the same kind or character of residential unit that was lost in 2016. Is that part of the ordinance? Is that something to consider under the ordinance?
The ordinance simply said to consider the impact on housing stock in the area. It did not speak to affordability of housing stock in these units that used to exist. They were 90, we actually went and looked at it. They were 90+% occupied by students. And they were full market rate, meaning they were paying basically as much as just a little fraction. They were older, they were beat up, but they were paying, a fraction less than the new student housing being built, for example, across the street from them. And so that's what existed, was full market, but worn out college housing.
And how many residential units were there at the time?
There were 159.
Okay.
So that was where Ms. Crumpton came up with that. No.
Did you say in your last presentation to BAR, the revised plans, how many apartments were in there and how many beds?
I don't think that the number of units would have been specified to BAR, but the current plan is 32 residences, and I don't know if we know the exact number of bedrooms in that.
We don't, those are probably gonna be shells.
But those would probably be a combination of 1 to 3 bedroom.
Yeah, they're large units. 5,000.
Do you know how many housing units have been constructed within the area that you're describing, or how many are proposed?
Yes, there are. We actually did the math last time and kind of refreshed on it, but there are. We've got. I might be wrong about the exact completion, but we've got a little over 2,000, maybe 2,100 that are either completed or under construction today.
What is that area? What define the area for me?
It's basically the King and Meeting corridor going north from Calhoun. It does not include like Morrison Drive, or obviously that's a different part of town, like, those big projects.
Not including the Jasper, or not, you're not.
Oh, of course, no,
You're talking about the specific area.
Yeah, correct. You either have to be on King or Meeting or one of the cross streets going north from Calhoun. And we go, can't remember exactly where we go up to. We go up Meeting Street a little bit. I don't know what the cross street would be when we did that.
Line Street is the northernmost.
No, well, this map includes goes north of Line Street in terms of that number, but again, it's, there's some projects on Meeting Street, going a little bit north of Line, and so those are included. And then there are right now, by our count, about 900 more units that are in various stages of planning.
Approval or development.
Yeah, that haven't broken ground. For example, the one I was citing is, just because I'm working on it, is Courier Square Phase 3 just went to BAR last week. That's about another 300. That's about 300.
And how far is that from the subject?
That's probably like 4 blocks north. So that's up at Columbus Street. The Columbus Street where the Post and Courier building has been a long time.
And why do you not want to include the 35 or 40 residences in your numbers?
Oh, in the request,
Yeah.
it's simply because we just don't know exactly the number we're going to do, but sure could, we'll have to talk about sort of setting a
maximum of maybe 40.
or maybe.
Yeah, sorry.
I think right now we're planning on 32, so we would try to be,
All right, Mr. Wilson, thank you. Does anybody else have any questions for Mr. Wilson right now?
You'll probably get me again.
Okay, thank you. All right, anybody else who wishes to speak in support of the application? All right, seeing no one else in support, do we have, I know we have one person in opposition, so let's hear from you.
Good evening, Keith Tilly. I'm the preservation planner at Historic Charleston Foundation. We have reviewed the request for the amendment of the special exception granted in November of 2022. I am here to encourage the board to deny this request. While we appreciate the applicant's continued commitment to the setback and development of the low country lowline, we want to express our concern regarding the complete removal of the requirement of residential units from this project. As a reminder, this project was required to have 159 residential units in 2016 as part of the special exception request to build 300 hotel rooms. Then the request was amended to reduce the residential units to 100 in 2022. Now that request is to eliminate the requirement of units entirely, resulting in a net loss of more than 150 residential units. This request clearly marks a significant departure from earlier proposals, which included residential units as a way to help offset the loss of existing housing on the site caused by the development. Also moves the city away from its housing goals. There's been extensive discussion over the last few years about the shortage of housing in Charleston. In 2021, the city plan housing analysis identified the need for more than 16,000 new dwelling units by 2030, including nearly 5,000 on the peninsula. The plan emphasized the importance of locating housing on sites like this one, sites near parks, schools, transit, grocery stores, employment centers, and future transit corridors. HCF feels it's important to continue to further housing goals outlined in this plan. Granting this exemption would move us away from our housing goals and would ultimately result in fewer residential units on the peninsula at a time when they are urgently needed.
Thank you very much. Do I have any questions? Thank you. All right, do we have anybody else who wishes to speak in opposition? All right, seeing no one, is there anything you'd like to add, Mr. Wilson, in rebuttal?
Maybe just super brief one. I would just reiterate that we absolutely agree that residential on the peninsula is an important city goal. We're not doing that, but again, these units were never going to be, these were going to be branded high-end, very high-end, expensive residences, part of a high-end hotel. And honestly, don't believe that these were never going to be the solution to that concern, which is a very real important concern. So we don't believe this is impacting that very important subject, is all I would say. And we do believe that the proper test, and we covered this last time, was the proper test. We do believe the proper test for this approval is still the ordinances that existed at the time and that I described to you. And I think applying that, this condition would not, does not make sense in light of that test today.
I had one question in this drawing was from 2022, is that correct? And this was the intended to be the residential portion of the building?
I don't know that that was done exactly in 22, but yes, that was the 20.
That's when you went to the 100 residential units.
Right.
And then where in the new drawing would the residential units be? Is there a designated place for them as well, or?
Yeah, what you're not seeing, sorry, to your right, if where it kind of cuts off on the right.
Here, so that
On-
it's coming
on
this way.
On the Mary Street side, exactly. If you look up at the, the screen, you're looking there toward the Reed Street side.
Okay,
What you'd see on the Mary Street side is you would see a mass there that will have these 32. Obviously not as big.
Is there anything preventing, you may have mentioned this, I apologize if you did, preventing the applicant from increasing the number of hotel rooms from 300?
Absolutely, that is 100% capped by the BZA approval. We are not proposing to increase that at all, and nor could we without coming back to BZA for a new approval. Absolutely.
And essentially you want to reduce the number of housing units because you're reducing the size of the development.
basically, we're shrinking the project in terms of square footage considerably. And we are sort of rejiggering things, frankly, in a way that makes the project viable. Because it had a lot, had a lot, and it's expensive to do these different pieces, and it forces you to put things in different locations that are more expensive. So it's just more, doing everything more is frankly a lot more expensive. And so there's a real practical element, frankly, to this decision.
Thank you.
One more question. Does the fact that there are 2,000 additional residential units, and what was your benchmark for that? What in time? Well,
So we looked back, I think we looked back to 2013, and we came forward from 2013 and what had been completed in that period.
and do you think we should take into account the population growth both on the peninsula and in the Charleston area generally?
Well, I think that's part of what's driving the need, obviously, for more residential. So sure, in the sense of, I mean, that's the need that we've talked about. That's a real need. Is there are more people have moved to Charleston. We all know that has impacted everything. And so yes, I mean, I think you take that into account, but I do think the tremendous growth of residential in this area, which again, I'm going to be myself to test, I think it is, it's dramatic. And I mean, would that we had that all over the city, we probably wouldn't have a shortage of housing.
All right, any other questions from Mr. Wilson?
I guess if you had the 100 residential units, then you would be down to 230 something hotel rooms. Is that the way?
I don't think so.
The plan, when we changed the plan from 2022 to now, we didn't increase hotel rooms. It was always going to be 300 or at the moment 298, depending on how things fit.
But you decreased the residential units.
Correct. We shrunk the square footage of the project altogether, but we did not. Yeah, we did not increase hotel square footage.
Any other questions for Mr. Wilson?
Feel free to bring me back up.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
The request was silent on the number of hotel rooms in this request. Did you think it should be stated in the request? I mean, you can be silent on it because it's our.
Well, was their request for the amendment but on both occasions in 2022 and now did not have anything to do with the number of hotel rooms approved. It was 300 in 2016. It was not requested to be reduced or increased in 2022, and it's not requested to be reduced or increased today. It's remained static. What has been requested is a second amendment to, after we reduced the requirement for the residential units in 2022, now they're requesting that condition be eliminated in its entirety so that they could build 300 units without any residential units.
Yeah, 300 hotel rooms without any.
300 hotel unit, 300 keyed rooms with zero requirement for residential units. Now, they say that the current plans show that 32 residences will be planned, but that could change. Robert, what is the city's position on residential unit need in the area?
So the city's position, as I think was kind of highlighted by the representative from HCF, is we need more residential, period. We need market rate, we need missing middle, we need affordable, we need workforce, attainable, whatever word you want to use to describe housing. We need it in the city. The peninsula in particular, you hear Councilman Appel talk about it at council meetings, it's at about half or so of its historic population that it used to have, even with more area actually being accounted for within that. So we're never going to advocate for less housing. In fact, you're going to see that as we continue this meeting tonight, where I'm going to make some recommendations that again are advocating for some lots of insufficient size to help accommodate additional residential development, not to get ahead. That said, we do acknowledge, just as we did in 22, when we made our recommendation relative to the reduction, Mr. Wilson's argument that the test at the time that the original approval was done was offsetting or negatively offsetting residential development in the area. It wasn't the same test as what we have, or at least it wasn't as itemized, if you would, as what we have for the special exception rules for accommodations today. And so, we looked at his numbers that he's provided. We think they're accurate. We are looking at the fact that they have reduced the scale of the project, which means that something has to go. And let's be honest, the high end, and again, these are not going to be, as Mr. Wilson said, they do not have a requirement for, nor has it ever been indicated that these would be workforce or attainable units. In fact, when they did come through in 22, it was explicit that they would be likely higher end units because they were making them bigger, which means that they were going to be for, and everything market rate, they were going to be for, the higher end of the market. So, with the other options that have occurred, the additional building and construction that's on, continues to be under review. The loss of these 100 units, again, given that the project scaled back, they weren't asking for any additional hotel units, and the acknowledgement of the development of the low line across the property. Staff was, like I said, in support of making this request. In part, again, because they're not saying, what they've said to us is that they're still going to do a residential component. They just essentially don't want to have to come back to the board every time they have to make adjustments in the design plans, because there's a specified number in their zoning approval that, as they're fidgeting with things, gets disrupted. And so now they have to come back to the board and say, all right, so this time, it got set at 32. Well, as we're, finishing out the floor plans, we can actually only do 31, but that would necessitate them to come back to the board and request that loss of that additional space. This would allow them to move forward with the development project. Nothing in this approval would preclude them from continuing to have a residential component. It just would not have a specified number requirement that it has now. So that would be the thing.
Sorry. Are you saying though that the city is okay with not requiring them to have a residential component? Because if they may not even build residential, if we say 0, they may not have any residential units. I mean, it may just work out with their plans that way, but if we don't require something, I guess that's where I'm confused why the city is recommending approval. If we weren't sure that they're gonna have residential?
So, and Mr. Wilson is more familiar with how the ordinance read at the time that they got the zoning for the mixed use, because right now we don't do this zoning category. We haven't done this zoning category since I started, so I'm not as familiar with what the MU2 rules are or were when it was applied to this site, but it is a mixed use designation, which means they would need to do more than just a hotel on the site. And I think it's implied that residential was some component of it. I think, again, staff is in support, the city is in support of removing the hard number. Because, you know, we acknowledge that again, forces them to keep coming back to the board every time they need to make adjustments.
Or they can
Again-
just tailor their development to the requirements.
But, or that, but again, we feel confident based on conversations we've had with the development team that they will continue to have a residential component as a part of their mixed use zoning.
Mr. Wilson, I think you wanted to say something, and maybe it's in response to the zoning question.
A view question.
I just want to know, but we would be happy to make that commitment, and if we want to just, you know, set a number of, say, 30, I think we're comfortable, we could do that. I think that might help us. That helps us get there, then improve lives.
Just a technical question. When we made the change in 11/15 of 22, I presume, and I just don't remember, I should remember, sometime in November of 24 or thereabouts, we extended this because it's good for 2 years.
Yeah.
So if we make this approval tonight, it's going to be good for 2 years.
Yeah.
It just starts the clock again. And how many times can they come back? They just have to come back every 2 years.
Yeah, in 2 years, they would come back for 1 year up to 5 times based on statute.
So we start the clock again.
But yeah, this would be a new approval. This would qualify as a new approval for purposes of the vesting.
Cool.
Well, we've heard from city, we've heard from Mr. Wilson. We didn't hear from anybody at Preservation Society, but I think there's a letter in opposition in the public comments. And so we've got Historic Charleston and the Preservation Society opposed to this application. Got the city in support.
I mean, going to 30 units is less than 25% of what it started out as. Which. Isn't very much.
Yeah. Further discussion? I know we can discuss this issue all evening.
I definitely think that whatever that number might be, we need to have some condition that there is a residential component and residential units are being built. Because if we say none, then even, you know, even with the best intentions, it still may, you know, to none. So I think.
And Mr. Wilson said that his client's agreeable to that. And so I think the real question is should we approve the amendment to reduce the number less than 100 to, or not?
And not specify numbers, is that what you're
No,
saying?
I'm saying, well, we have the opportunity, if we choose, to deny the application, which leaves them with 100 required. If you are sympathetic with Mr. Wilson's arguments and want to reduce the number of required residential, then the next question is to how many. Mr. Wilson has said his client is amenable to 30. They apparently have 32 in the current iteration of the plans. So the threshold question is, do you grant them the relief of reducing it under 100? And if so, where do you mark it?
And I would just request that we remove the bedroom component completely if that is within the realm of what you're.
Well, okay.
Just because that's a very hard.
Only if there is an approval of the
Yes,
application.
absolutely.
That happens.
Yes,
And y'all mentioned that y'all had gone back to BAR. What approval is that? Was that a final? Conditional on zoning?
So I think we got final on the old plan. But then we went back and said, we want to modify it, something like this, and the BAR said, I don't know if it was a formal.
Was it staff or?
It was full board, I believe, was it, or the staff?
This was BAR staff.
Oh, you staff, apologies, but they basically said, you can just do it as a modification of the existing one that you're showing, you're bringing that down. There'll be some other tinkering going on, of course, as well. So we do need to continue with BAR to get final on the revisions to the previously approved plan.
the modification will be required to go. Because it's a modification, it'll be kind of a group conceptual preliminary discussion. So they'll be discussing any modifications to materiality, which is usually the preliminary discussion. They'll be looking at the conceptual with the height, scale, and mass, specifically where they've reduced that tower to the conference center that would be on the Reed Street and Low Line side. And then once they got to agreement to that, then basically they kind of redo final at that point, which is usually a staff review.
So it hasn't gone through final with staff review.
I think the original design had gone to final
This
for
is a
staff review.
substantial change.
This would be enough that, again, I believe that it would go to the board to approve the new design, but it's not like they need to start over all the way back at conceptual. It's like a bundled conceptual preliminary. And then again, the normal operation would be then any additional final would be through a staff review.
I guess one of my concerns is that will the other developments come back and say, we only want to build this number of residences because there's an influx of residential units being built around this area. So is that?
Ms. Kress, I think it's a great question, but I think we're probably unique, certainly a rare category, if not totally unique, in that a project approved today under the current rules, there is no discretion on it. The ordinance says here's how it works. So that's not a sort of discretionary condition. We're just unusual in that we predated that,
Right.
but had this discretion.
Right. Okay, I think we're good, Mr. Wilson. Thank you. All right, like I said, we could be here all night. We need to make a motion. It can't be me.
Respecting what staff has said, I'll make a motion for approval to include 30 units.
So, Mr. McKay, you would move to approve the application, but rather than eliminating the requirement for residential units, you would you would amend the condition to make it 30 residential units. And what does your motion say about number of bedrooms?
I'm fine with exempting bedrooms.
Okay. So Mr. McKay is making a motion to approve the amendment to drop the condition to 30 residential units and no requirement for the number of bedrooms.
And eliminate the specified number of bedrooms. Is that
However you want to word it. 30 units, they could put as many or few bedrooms in there as they would like.
Okay. All right, we would need a second to proceed on that.
I'm just struggling with the reduction from 100 to 30. And that just seems, but I don't want to just arbitrarily, throw out numbers, but it just seems like such a drastic reduction. If the purpose of having the plan approved the way it was in 2022 was to provide housing to replace the housing that was lost, or the 159 units. I mean, 30 even versus 159. I mean, we were already down nearly 60. I don't know. I don't mean to sound arbitrary,
Oh,
but
you-
it's concerning to me that we're just saying, okay, 30 is good. No offense. I'm just, struggling with that.
All right, well, I'll make a second call for a second to that motion, and then if nobody seconds it, it'll die. Somebody have to make another motion. Is there a second? All right, I don't think we're gonna have a second for that motion, and so we are not at a decision point yet. Is there another motion?
Yeah.
Please.
Ask a question.
Sure.
Maybe this is a question for Mr. Summerfield.
Okay.
Would it be possible to defer if there's not a version to come back and maybe we adjust the request in some manner?
I think there is an opportunity to defer, and I think it's probably a wise decision. And you may have a more fulsome board to make a decision and or think about what it is that you may want to modify about your request. I think you hear some of the concerns here of the board members about the number of units, and so I certainly would entertain a voluntary deferral at this point.
We would request if we may have deferral then.
Okay. All right. We'll defer this matter. Well, I guess for technical reasons, we probably need a motion. Anybody want to make a motion to defer?
I'll make a motion for deferral.
All right, Ms. McKay moves for deferral. Ms. Graff seconds the motion. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? None are opposed. The matter is deferred, and Mr. Summerfield will be with you to let you know when we're going to reschedule.
Thank you and apologies, everybody.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wilson. All right, everybody still with us? All right.
Item 3. Well, 3 is deferred, so item 4.
All right, B3 is deferred. We are now at B4, which is 1245 Fusler Road, West Ashley, Council District 9, PMS number 418-02-00-178 and 418-02-00-149 to 151, zone SR1, requesting a special exception under section 54-206C to allow a church. The owner is Fusler Holding LLC. The applicant is the Church of the Good Shepherd. Mr. Summerfield.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, so you can see the properties in question here. There are 4 of them. One significantly larger parcel, and then 3 smaller, more customary to be residential lots that front on Fusler Road in this neighborhood. Here across the street is apartments. And then above a break in Fusler, which is kind of off of the image here to the north, you have a single family residential neighborhood that's off of a cul-de-sac. I do want to just pay special attention because I think it is one of the areas that at least I heard earlier today maybe create some confusion for some members of the neighborhood, particularly the neighborhood up here. So a number of years ago, due to cut through traffic, there was a break put in Fusler here that essentially makes it so that the folks who are on the cul-de-sac to the north, it is a true cul-de-sac at that point. It does not have vehicular connection, although pedestrian connection between the neighborhood was maintained. And so the folks accessing this site will be doing so from 61. Thank you. This is our audience participation portion of my presentation. So they'll be accessing from down here on 61. The church would not be accessing. There's been no request as a part of anything that we've seen, nor do I believe that there's any interest from our traffic and transportation folks or the council representative for the district to make any requests to change this street configuration. So I think that was one of the concerns that I had heard, and I just wanted to make sure that it was clear. That's not a part of this request. We would not anticipate any change to the road condition as a part of this request for this church to go in on this property. All right, so as you can see, it's 4 existing properties. Everything is SR1. Immediately adjacent to the development, though, you see we have the DR2F, and much of that across the street has been developed in as multifamily development. You can see a clearer distinction in terms of just the development here that you have across the street. And then you do have that single family neighborhood, as I mentioned, up here on Ashland. The break that exists in Fusler, and then the subject parcel here that's just honestly a few parcels off of Ashley River Road here at 61. All right, so the application. Okay, so here's our site plan. This is the nice site plan that's properly illustrated. I put it on, turned it so that you can actually see it on the north axis so that it kind of follows along with the map we just looked at. So if we look over here, you can see the site all along Fusler, which is the narrowest part of the site in terms of it has a relatively, for the size of the project, a relatively small footprint or frontage onto Fusler. And then most of the site actually runs along that property line. There's existing trees there. They're going to obviously have to work with a BZA site design on any tree removals that will be necessary. As you can see, they do have a stormwater pond on site. They are proposing the church would have an education building. They're also including some play space for their congregates, the younger congregates. And then the parking for the site. Based on our parking requirements, they do the parking that they are providing will satisfy our parking requirements. Again, they are buffering the project from the neighboring residential developments, both to the west and south, as well as the existing, you saw on the aerial, the existing trees and buffers that exist along that northern property line as well. So with that, again, this is by special exception a permissible use within the zoning category. This is, again, based off its proximity to a major arterial. they're meeting parking requirements, and so staff is recommending approval of this proposed special exception.
All right, thank you, Robert. Do we have anybody here in opposition to the application? Okay, I see your hand. We'll hear from you in a minute. Do we have the owner or applicant present?
My name is Will Clauber. I'm the rector at Church of Good Shepherd.
Wonderful. We'll hear from you. Tell me
Well,
about your application.
We are a church that has been around Charleston area for a long time. We were established in 1833 on the peninsula in a building that burned in 1861. Joined with the church over off of Rutledge and Sumter Street until we moved to Miles Drive in 1974. Right around the corner from this lot, actually. We have for a long time been what I would define as a parish church, classic Anglican parish church, meaning that we're not a destination church, we're not a mega church, we're a small family-sized church made up of primarily young families. The education building, we have had a half-day school for approximately 17 or 18 years. It's been a very vital ministry of our congregation. Has served as some would say a ministry. Some would say an amenity to the community as well. We have a long history of positively impacting actually this immediate community, not just the community broadly. I live about 1.5 miles as the crow flies from the site as well. And so we are seeking to, after a long protracted legal battle and losing our property, to reestablish ourselves in a geographic location. It's my hope that we would be a benefit to this community for years to come, as we have been in the past. That we would add, that we would ultimately not affect the traffic pattern whatsoever. The last thing I want to do is to increase traffic flow on that Ashland Road, which is the road to the north, to the point that it would affect our neighbors, our relationship with our neighbors. We've been in contact with stormwater and that sort of thing, because that's also a conversation that we've had with the city that's been actually, I think would be mutually beneficial for us to be there as well, to limit any further development on that property, increase impervious surfaces and that sort of thing. But ultimately, our hope is to partner with these neighbors, both to the north and then to the west, and Charleston Estates. We have a staff member of the church that lives right around the corner, to just better the community ultimately. So,
All right, thank you very much. Do we have any questions for? I'm sorry, your last name again?
Clauber.
Clauber. Any questions for Father Clauber? No. All right.
Chairman, I apologize. I also would be remiss, since we're in the support section. We did receive 3 letters of support relative to this item. We did not receive any official letters of objection or opposition to this item.
All right, thank you, Father Clauber. So do we have anybody else in support? I know we have letters in the record of support. Anybody else in the audience here to support? Yes, ma'am.
And I'm here to support.
Okay.
Listen to me. I wrote a letter.
Oh, you're one of the letters. Okay, thank you. All right, anybody else in support? Seeing no one else in support, we'll hear from you, sir.
Thank you. I live on Ashland Drive.
What's your name, sir?
Thomas Moore.
Thank you.
And I like to preface it by saying I'm not a lawyer. So, but I came on a neighborhood walk to find that there was a sign on Fusler. I had no notification except for the sign of this meeting and this, variance hearing. So I went and knocked on the doors, and again, I understand the traffic pattern is the major concern. These are my neighbors right here. I see them every day. I drive past that road every day. And that is what the major concern is here, because I know it's not on the agenda today, but developing that site could lead to that being reopened. And that's my major concern, because that would cause irreparable harm and damage to our neighborhood. I appreciate the sentiment that the pastor has, eloquently stated here. And I'd like to be able to take him at his word, but unfortunately, that's not the world we live in. Okay, so I have a list of all of the residents that I visited on our street, and there was 9. All 9 of them opposed the Fusler opening of the road. And I believe 4 are not opposed to the church, just the road opening. So I'd like to turn that into you if I could.
Sure, come on up. Thank you, Mr. Moore.
But I think the other thing in terms of the variance test, because I didn't have a lot of time to prepare to come talk to you guys, is irreparable harm to adjacent property or the public good. I'd like to point something out to you guys. So right here is the subject property in question, correct? So this is our blue line property line. This right here is a Planned Parenthood. Okay, the segment from right here to right here is not a football field. South Carolina code, I believe, 60, it's on the paper, 61, 120, 60. Shoot, I wrote it down and I gave it to you. Okay, but it prohibits. Let me read it. I'll just read it straight off of Justia. So this is SC code 61-6-120. I believe it's showing that it was revised in 2024. Article 5 and Article 7. Such distance shall be computed by the following shortest route of ordinary pedestrian or vehicular travel to the public thoroughfare from the nearest point of the grounds, such as church, school, playground, used herein, and it describes a church and a school, cannot be within 300 feet of an abortion clinic. And that's not 300 feet. And they were there first. And personally, I'm not opposed to the church. And I'm surprised that, you know, legal resources wouldn't have informed them of that law. So to me, that doesn't pass the variance test. But again, like I said, most everyone there, this is a real good statement by the pastor saying he doesn't want to open up Fusler. Personally, I'm for the status quo, but I'll leave with y'all. Again, not a lawyer.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. I appreciate your presentation.
Back up and start over.
No, well, no, we'll need to, we've got your letter, so your position is on the record. Anybody else who wishes to speak in opposition? Okay. Now you have an opportunity, Father Clover, to come back.
Yeah, no, main thing I'd like to speak to is the fact that, we did attempt to have a community meeting. I actually personally canvassed all of Ashland Drive, a large chunk of Charleston Estates, with flyers, that have my contact information on it. And Craig is my senior warden as well. Because we wanted to have this dialogue before.
Yeah, I didn't know about it at all.
Yeah, so it was placed on every home on Ashland Drive, which received a flyer. And so I would love to have this conversation before now.
Sure.
This is just, it's not our intention.
No,
And it's not our intention to seek any sort of opening future.
And just so you know, I'm not opposed to the church. That, I mean, the plan doesn't look bad, and
Yeah.
honestly, that's better.
okay, we'll have a colloquy
But that's
some other time.
I mean, I'm not a lawyer either, so I can't.
Right, I understand. So one of the things that we do have the power to do is to condition the approval upon the
distance.
applicant not seeking to reopen Fusel Drive.
Mhm.
So that would be an acceptable condition for you?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Okay, and does that give you some relief?
It does to me.
Okay. Okay, all right.
Absolutely.
All right, so I think we can be seated. I think we can move ahead. We have questions for the city. Do we have questions for the applicant?
The only concern was opening the drive. Fuselage Drive.
That was my only concern. If you feel like we need to go into executive session on the statutory issue, I guess we could, but I'm not overly vexed about it.
Mr. Chairman, I mean, again, not a lawyer, cannot represent that I am as well versed on state statute in this regard. However, to be very clear, our zoning ordinance does not have any distance separation for establishing a church. Our special exception, and this is not a variance, this is a special exception. Our special exception is to find that there's going to be sufficient parking and that the church will be buffered from neighboring residential property by at least 25 feet, which is demonstrated in the site plan that it would be. So it is compliant with the conditions of approval that are what the board is supposed to consider for the test per the ordinance. In a search for based on the reference about if that is in fact a Planned Parenthood and they do perform abortion services, because they are existing, the statute is not to protect the abortion clinic from the church or the school or the playground. It's to protect the church or the school or the playground from the,
Right.
concerns about the abortion clinic. So if a church comes in after the clinic's already there, both get to live to the degree that harmony can exist in harmony. But it doesn't prevent the church from going in because there's already that other use there.
All right, so we have some counsel and advice from Mr. Summerfield. All right, do we have a motion? Do we have discussion?
I'll make a motion that the application be approved with the condition that Fuselage Road, is it Fuselage Road or Drive?
Fusler Road.
Fusler Road, sorry, okay, not be opened to Ashland Drive, is that how, or Ashland
The
neighborhood?
applicant would not seek to
I
have,
would phrase it that the applicant will not request the reopening of Fusler Drive adjacent to the property.
Okay.
Is that satisfactory? Yeah, okay. All right, so we got a motion. Motion is to approve. We got a second. We got a motion by Ms. Grass for approval with the condition as we've described it.
I apologize, who was second?
Richard, second the motion. We're ready to vote. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? None are opposed. The motion is, the motion passes. The special exception for the church is granted under the condition that they will not request reopening of Fusler Drive adjacent to the property. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. We appreciate your time. Okay. Mr. Bennett was recused from that, just for the record. Okay. All right, now we're on to B5 144 Hester Street, Wagner Terrace, Council District 6, TMS number 463-08-01-142, zoned SR2, requesting variance from section 54-301 to build a rear addition with a 7-foot 1-inch north side setback and an 8-foot rear setback. 9 feet and 25 feet are required. The owners are Hillary King and Philip Meyer Jr. The applicant is Hillary King. Mr. Summerfield.
Mr. Chairman and members of the board, so you can see the property here is a little bit mid-block south of Mount Pleasant on Hester Street. You can see the various footprints within the area. The house is relatively small, as many houses in Wagner Terrace are. The applicants are proposing to do a relatively conservative addition to the proposal. Unfortunately, because they do have a existing non-conforming setback on the east side.
The north side.
North side, thank you. That they would need to build in to continue the line of the home, sorry. They do need to ask for that setback. And again, in an effort, as I understand it, not to go up and to maintain the character of the neighborhood and the character of the the scale of this home, in order to accommodate their requests to add on to this home and provide some additional living space for their family. They do need to go back further. They do have an existing accessory structure in the back. They would be proposing to move that and actually make that conform to the accessory structure provisions, which we appreciate. Again, this is not a significant request in terms of what they're asking for. It is really a livability thing. They are not going up. They are going back a little ways. And so, in acknowledgement of all of that, and again, understanding that the city would prefer our historic cottages to the maximum extent possible remain in their proper context. Staff is recommending support of this one. We do have, on this one, we do have 3 letters of support, as well as a 4th letter of support from the Wagner Terrace Neighborhood Association that was provided online. And then we had this original one, which I think actually may be one of the ones we already had. Yeah, we already had this one as well. So including this one, we have 3 letters of support from immediate neighbors. And then we have a letter of support from the Wagner Terrace Neighborhood Association for this item, and no letters of opposition.
All right. Anybody here opposed to the application for 144 Hester Street? Seeing no one in opposition, do we have the owner or applicant here? Anything you would like to say to the board?
We actually reduced, we kind of flipped what we'd originally sent in, so it's actually an even smaller ask. I think on one end, we're asking only for 5 inches, and then the other side 2 feet. So it's gonna be almost a full 25.
Okay, for the record, Ms. King, we'll have you come up if you'd like to,
Oh, okay, sorry.
if you'd like to say more than just, okay.
Hillary King, owner of
Yeah.
the home. So the floor plans that you have are correct and they have the correct setbacks, but we, that was a modification from when we originally did our submittal. So we actually reduced it back so that we're not gonna be as close to the rear property line. So you can see we do want to extend the non-conforming wall back, but then on the north side of the property there, which is on the left, where it's going to be 24'7" off the rear, and then to the south on the right-hand side, it is about I think 22'11" off the rear, just because of the angle of the lot and house. So.
All right, I'm sure the city appreciates those efforts, and we're have any questions, or we're ready to vote? All right, Ms. Richards moves to approve. Ms. Grass seconds the motion. All in favor, please say aye.
As modified by the applicant.
Yes.
Okay, so the motion is to approve the application as modified by the applicant. We have the motion by Ms. Richards. We have the second by Ms. Grass. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? None are opposed. Motion passes. And the variances for 144 Hester Street are granted. Thank you. All right, the next item on our agenda, B6, 11 Lord Calvert Drive, DuPont Station, Council District 11, TMS number 349-06-00-010, zoned SR1, requesting a variance from section 54-301 to construct a rear staircase with a 6-foot 2-inch east side setback, 9 feet are required. The owner applicant is Alex Rosen. Mr. Summerfield.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, so this property on Lord Calvert Drive, as you can see, is a very long and narrow property. Here you can see the aerial with the previous home. Yes, because they're building a brand new home. I know that. So here you can see the floor plans that show the home. The area in question is plan left, so it's this stairway here that is on the side of their patio. and their upper floor deck. You can see it in the aerials here, or in the elevations here. And then you can see it in the perspective that they've done here, where again, they put it to the side of the patio. They do have support from their adjacent neighbor where the stair would be. That said, it is a long, narrow lot, which means they have a lot of lot behind this house. In fact, the plans that were submitted for zoning review for construction of the house did in fact have the stairway in the back of the house and was conforming to the zoning requirements. They have since requested to move those stairs onto the side, which is why they are before you today. Because it has been demonstrated to be zoning compliant with the original plans, staff is not able to get to a hardship designation. We believe the lot can accommodate it and be compliant, and so staff's recommendation is for denial of the request. But again, they do have support of the most closely affected neighbor.
All right, thank you, Robert. And again, the rationale for the city's recommendation for denial.
The rationale for the city's recommendation is that the site has more than adequate depth
Space
to
in the back.
accommodate it.
Okay,
And it was demonstrated that it could be zoning compliant with the plans that were submitted as a part of the building permit
I see.
for construction of the home.
all right. Do we have anybody here in opposition to the application for 11 Lord Calvert Drive? Okay, we've got 2 in opposition. Hold your horses. We'll get to you in just a minute. Do we have the owner applicant? All right, Mr. Rosen, would you like to talk about your application?
Thank you for considering the variance. First things first, I am under the impression that my neighbors are withdrawing their approval. There was a misunderstanding. We thought we were asking for 19 inches. Upon further review, we found out that we're asking for 34 inches. So my understanding is our neighbors are not okay with that, so they will speak to that point, but I just wanted to let you know that that's what's happening. Variance test. There are conditions pertaining to this particular piece of property that are extraordinary and exceptional. Our lot is 50 feet wide with 9-foot setbacks. That gives us 32 feet of buildable width. That is a very narrow yard. And basically, we're trying to optimize the backyard for our family's enjoyment. We hope to put in a pool, which we'll be asking for permitting next week, which of course we're waiting to see what happens with this variance hearing. Because if we get the variance, then it will allow the width of the pool to be similar to the width of the house, not quite as wide, but you know, sort of like that. However, if the stair is coming off the back porch, it's roughly 20% the size of the pool, and we'll change the entire backyard. So anyways, our conditions are, our lot's 50 feet wide with setbacks and everything. We have a 32-foot buildable area. It's very narrow. These conditions do not generally apply to other property in the vicinity. Our neighboring lots are 125 feet wide and roughly 100 feet wide. So, you know, very different conditions. And we're putting forth tonight that this 34-inch request is not out of bounds considering the scale of the neighboring properties. Variance test C, because of these conditions, the application of the ordinance, this particular piece of property would effectively prohibit or unreasonably restrict the utilization of the property. We seek to optimize the marshfront backyard as much as possible for our family's use and enjoyment, as well as keep the structure and pool farther from the OCRN critical line. The narrow width of the lot restricts that utilization at 34-inch variance. That will greatly improve the ability to lay out our yard. Provide space for the stairs to land at the side instead of the back, opening up more than 4 feet on the direct back of the house. Variance test D, the authorization of a variance will not be of substantial detriment to adjacent property or to the public good. And the character of the district will not be harmed by the granting of this variance. The variance is only for the rear east corner. The old house, the 1991 builder grade special that we're replacing was built back when there were 7-foot variances. We've built this house to the 9-foot variance. Our neighbor to the east was kind enough to give us a letter in support of having a variance on the other side for a generator stand, which the city staff recommended approval for. But anyways, this variance is 75 feet from the street. So it is not visible. It actually won't be visible at all from the street because we intend to put in nice landscaping. If we do the pool, it's going to require a 6-foot fence. So this isn't in any way going to affect the character of our district. In fact, we hope that our new house that we're putting so much effort into greatly improves the character of our district. Last 2 points on the substantial detriment point. The adjacent property being 125 feet wide, the space between the houses will still be over 15 feet, providing plenty of space for emergency services access, and the lots really are not crowded. The character of the district will not be harmed because the stairs will barely be visible from the street. And the rest of the house, we're designing and building within all setbacks and all elevation requirements. The construction of the new house is great improvement over our good old vinyl siding house that needed a replacement. That's all.
All right, thank you, Mr. Rosen. Do we have any questions for Mr. Rosen while he's here?
Okay.
Thank you. Do we have any others in support of the application that wish to speak? All right, seeing no one else in support, we'll hear from both of you, one of you, whoever wants to speak.
Alan Sherman.
Okay, and your address for the record, please?
15, or directly to the east, I guess.
Next door.
Next door.
Okay.
Correct. Forgive me that I'm reading notes from my phone. I'm only made aware of the accuracy of this variance yesterday. To give you a little background for you know, so you know where we're coming from on appealing this. I'm 40 years old. I've lived on this street my entire life, born and raised. 2 doors down, the house that we live in now was my grandmother's house that we bought from her. It's one of the 4 original houses from the neighborhood, which was originally a family plantation farm, Voorhees Plantation. And my great uncle Joe Harrison gives the neighborhood its name, Harrison Acres now. All that just to say that we have a very great interest in maintaining the integrity of our property. My heart and soul is in this property, and my husband as well. The lot that is 11 Lord Calvert, where the Rosens live, was originally part of the yard of our property. That sliver of land was sold by my grandmother to my aunt to build the house that was formerly there, which was much smaller than what's being built now. It was eventually sold out of the family to the residents. And now they're constructing the new home. With the plan of the construction of the new house, we were asked for a 19-inch variance into the setback for a staircase, which it's really not in the rear of the house, it's on the side. It's on the side of our house, between the houses. We somewhat reluctantly agreed to that just to try to keep the peace and friendship that we have between a very close proximity neighbor. Then the BZA sign showed up last week that said it was in fact 34 inches. So I contacted Mr. Rosen and asked him about that, and he believed it was a mistake. It was found out just yesterday that it is in fact 34 inches that they're asking for. That makes it only 6'2" from the property line. I did go over and speak to their builder when I found that out, because he happened to be over there at that time, and just asked him. We were both trying to figure out where the confusion came from. He was aware that it was 34 inches all along. He stated to me that he didn't know why we signed a letter for 19 when the plans have been 34. And so we were definitely not okay with 34 inches, as the house is already a lot taller and larger than it was before. This is a street of 1960s ranch style houses. Now this is a three-story structure that feels overbearing to us when we walk out of our house and it's there. I'm happy for them to have a beautiful new home, but we are just asking that they respect the setbacks. Mr. Rosen knew he bought a narrow property when he bought it, and you know, I wish you had more space, but you're building with what you have space to build for. And we are just simply asking that they build within the property lines, respecting the setbacks, to not make what's already a very tall structure seem even more overbearing. There's a staircase off the side of their house, right next to our house, especially when it's not detrimental to their house plans. When I spoke to their builder, he let me know that they do have the option of building it off the rear of the house. There's a lot of space back there. They still have space to do a pool. They just have to flip it the other way. That's a very doable option, and that's just what we have asked them to do, to respect the integrity of both of our properties.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. Anybody else to speak in opposition to the application? All right, Mr. Rosen, give you an opportunity to rebut.
A very brief rebuttal. May I pass up the photo that was taken today, please?
Sure.
Just, talking about the neighborhood and the scale and all of that, I just wanted you to see the footprint of the house, well within setback. Thank you. Our lot is 50 feet wide. Our neighbor's lot is 125 feet wide. This variance would not adversely impact their quality of life, their safety. It would not make a tremendous difference in their property value or enjoyment of their own property. Not counting the marsh, our lot is less than 10,000 square feet. Their lot is 25,000 square feet almost. So it's this variance of 34 inches to the setback, I would like to put forth to you, is not a major imposition. One more thing I would like to throw out, should the board consider it. This setback is for a 4-foot step with railings. It really does make a big difference to us and our plans and our family plans for this backyard, and preserving the space between where we hope to put the pool and the marsh. And so we are okay with doing, instead of the 34-inch setback, we could do a 3-foot set of steps. So then it would only be a variance of 22 inches. Should the board consider that as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rosen. All right. So to recap, we have the city recommendation of denial of the application. We have the adjacent property owners who, and just, Robert, I think I am saying it correctly when I say that the city recommends denial as a result of really a deficiency in the C, the third element of the test, which is that this condition of the property, even if we're to recognize it as a condition, doesn't unreasonably restrict or prohibit the use and enjoyment of the property. Is that correct?
Correct, because they submitted compliant plans already, so. So yeah, it fails C.
Okay.
Well, and,
Yeah.
and obviously now D because of the neighbors.
Yeah, and D has now been raised as a problem by the adjacent neighbors, so. No, sorry. Unless somebody has a question for you, I don't think we do, but go ahead, Mr. McKay.
I have a question.
Okay.
Does 36 or 22 inches make a difference?
We're asking that they just respect setbacks as they are. We were misled initially to think it was only 19 inches, just to find out yesterday that it's 34. Whether that was known or not from the beginning, they've had their plans for a long time.
Okay, we've got it.
I kind of feel like even before the city made their recommendation, they are not showing us that they have a hardship. So to me, it doesn't really matter if it's 22 or 34. I mean,
All right, so further discussion, we're almost halfway through the agenda.
And agree, I'll make a motion to deny.
All right, Mr. Bennett moves to deny. Is there a second? Ms. Grass seconds the motion. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. And opposed, none are opposed. The motion is denied, and the variance for 11 Lord Calvert Drive is denied. Mr. Rosen, appreciate your comments, and sorry to put you up here. All right, the next item.
And for the record, I just want to make it clear, Mr. Rosen, you can continue with your construction. You just need to revert to your existing plans that were submitted.
All right, the next item on our agenda is 95 B7, 95 Spring Street, Cannonboro, Elliottboro, Council District 6, TMS number 460-08-03-069, zoned LB, request variances from section 54-301 to reestablish a non-conforming duplex without the required lot size, 2,896 square feet existing, 6,000 square feet required, and without the required off-street parking, 0 spaces proposed. 4 are required. The owner is Harrison Malpass, the applicant Ashley Jennings. Mr. Summerfield.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, so this property, as you can see, is mid-block here on Spring, kind of across from Rose Lane. An exceedingly narrow property with an existing structure that, as is indicated in the heading that the chairman read, has in the past been used as a duplex. Its floor plans indicate multiple dwelling units within it. The proposed plans would reestablish it as a duplex on this site because the nonconformity essentially has elapsed. That's why we are here today hearing the variance. Again, this is not a tear down and build something else. This is renovating an existing structure on the site, again, that has traditionally held 2 units. The previous development, the existing building did not have parking. There's no way to accommodate parking on the site. It is a historic norm for this area for parking to be either street parking or no parking, or parking in kind of public or commercial parking facility. So with that, staff is recommending for both the variance for required lot size as well as the parking variance to bring this structure back into useful life and resume its use as additional residential in downtown.
Thank you, Robert. Anybody have any opposition to the application for 95 Spring Street? You're here in opposition? Nobody's here in opposition. Do we have the owner or applicant present? Ms. Jennings, anything you'd like to say to the board? All right, do we have a motion?
Motion for approval.
All right, Mr. McKay moves to approve. Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, Mr. Bennett seconds the motion. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? None are opposed. The motion passes, and the variances for 95 Spring Street are granted. Next item on our agenda, B8, 106 Columbus Street, Cannonboro, Elliotboro. Council District 4, TMS number 459-05-03-063, Zone GB, requesting a variance from section 54-317 to provide no off-street parking for a proposed wine bar. 4 spaces are required. The owner is Hyman Dargy. The applicant is Brian Crouch Architect LLC. Mr. Summerfield.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, so this is property that's on Columbus Street, kind of sandwiched between Meeting and Nassau. It is an existing residential structure within the GB zone. So the use would be a permitted use within the zoning district, so that's not a question. The existing structure, again, as is residential in nature. You can see the existing and site plan here. Based on the way the site plan works, it can accommodate it can accommodate 3 tandem spaces, which doesn't quite work for multiple residential units, but again, this is what has been historically approved. So the 2 residential units would remain. They are proposing some renovations of the existing building to accommodate the addition of the wine bar on the ground floor of the current structure, and then an addition in the back, 2-story addition that would then accommodate the relocation of the existing second unit within the structure. They do have some photos to give you some perspective of the property that exists there, and then in the environment that you find it in. They include some sandburn maps, which are great. You can see here on the existing site plan and the proposed site plan, they do have an area in the rear of the existing structure that they would propose to remove to accommodate the new addition. This frees up the front of the existing main structure to serve as the wine bar. You can see here in the zoomed in floor plan of the proposed use that the wine bar area is just this area essentially here. Again, the back part remains residential. It is a relatively small space, so you do find that is why there's only a 4-space requirement for this variance to accommodate that. Again, they have an existing 2 units. They are going to maintain 2 units on the property. So we're not considering parking relative to the residential because it basically exists as a non-conforming use of the property for parking for the residential, and we're only considering the new addition of the wine bar function for purposes of this variance. That said, the existing non-conforming parking is insufficient for meeting our parking requirements for 2 residential units. It is because it has to be tandem parked. I believe on one of the site plans that they provided here, you can see the parking is only really able to park 3 vehicles, which is less than what would normally be required. And that's further exacerbated by the fact that it's a tandem drive. So with that, there's no opportunity to park any of the wine bar patrons on site, which means that they have to use street parking or some other parking. It has not been identified any location for off-site parking to accommodate this. The 4 spaces are what the code would require for the wine bar, but the reality is, you know, those 4 spaces would be eaten up by just a basic wait serve management staff, not including potential patron parking use. So with that, the fact that there was no identified alternate parking plan, that the site is already non-conforming as to parking because of the residential use, and that residential use would continue, staff is recommending denial of the variance.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Robert. Do we have anybody here in opposition to the application for 106 Columbus Street? Anyone here in opposition? All right, seeing no one in opposition, do we have the owner applicant here? All right, sir, anything you'd like to say to the board here? Yes.
I'm Brian Couch. I'm the architect for the homeowner. I'll keep it brief. I have a long evening ahead of you. Looking at, can you go to our or site plan or
The existing,
yes. So we have received approval from the VAR to remove the non-historic portion in the back. But just looking at parking, with the width of the lot, we wouldn't really even be able to provide adequate 90-degree parking and back out area. And then with the historic structure as well, we can't provide the two aisle 20-foot needed for ingress and egress out of the property. So with the historic structure limiting the width of the drive and the overall width of the property, limiting a 90-degree parking and adequate back out space, we feel that we wouldn't be able to provide parking for this occupancy.
All right, thank you, Mr. Crouch. City is recommending denial on the basis of parking. Applicant is attempted to do what they can, but that's where we are. Questions for the city? Questions for the applicant? No questions or discussion?
I have a question for the applicant. Has there been any feedback from the neighboring properties on what their thoughts are related to parking or any other?
There has not. I mean, this area of Columbus, it's one parcel off the meeting. It's a very, very active pedestrian area. There's a restaurant across the street, a breakfast restaurant. We have been trying to secure off-street parking from adjacent properties. I think maybe the establishment, we don't really think that anyone's going to arrive via vehicle anyway. We would expect most of the people to be in the neighborhood in a place that they can kind of walk to enjoy an evening.
And have you talked with any of the residential, are there residential neighbors?
I don't believe so. I know the adjacent building is residential, but I think it's a tenant.
chooses a short-term rental. We did receive, I received a direct communication from that property owner that they were concerned about about a wine bar being that close to their tenants, but they do operate that as a short-term rental item. And it wasn't officially submitted as a comment, it was just something directed.
So I guess nothing from the East Side Neighborhood Association. I'm curious, Mr. Summerfield, what the alternate parking scenarios might look like for different, but also permitted uses on that property. I'm thinking office or other retail.
So again, the site, as mentioned, really can't accommodate anything but a few tandem parked vehicles. So it works as a single family residential structure because you can legally park 2 cars tandem. It apparently has been working in the past as a 2-unit residential structure with a few cars parked tandem. That seems like that's I'm not sure how they maneuver that across 2 different households, but beyond that, any commercial use of this property or commercial activity at this property would likely necessitate some type of variance to accommodate parking, in part because you can use tandem parking to meet your residential requirement. You can't use tandem parking to meet any kind of commercial. So the reality is that because there's no opportunity to turn around, additionally, as a resident, you can back out onto the street, but as a commercial, you can't. And so with no ability for internal maneuverability on the site, essentially as a commercial application, this property can only legally park one car. And it would have to back into the property so that it could pull out on egress. So essentially any use of this property for commercial application would require a variance or a special exception depending on the circumstances.
Can I add to that?
Sure.
We did
Speak into the mic, please.
We did a very in-depth report with Ms. Christina Butler. She did, and it's included, I think, in this application. The property has been a duplex, or two tenants have lived on the property since 1968. It was a single family residence. And then it was listed in 1960 as an 8 large room, a big renovation in 69, but 68 was the first year that 2 tenants occupied, and it's been like that since.
If they were able to identify parking and get the required 10-year required lease, the city would be okay with that. That's the only issue.
Yeah, it's zone GB, so they, the wine bar, the use of the property itself is not in question. It's just the ability for the site to accommodate the parking. And again, given other requests for development, the lack of proximate, commercial parking facilities, a number of the surface lots that are somewhat proximate to the property being kind of identified as development sites by their property owners. We just, 4 spaces is already in essence conservative. Like I said, that's almost taken up by a manager, a server, and a bartender. Depending on, what their employee structure is, and doesn't even include the potential for patrons, understanding of course that it is small scale. So I don't know that it's going to be a destination, but maybe they'll have the super cocktail or something that will draw folks all the way from Johns Island. I don't know. None of us know. So
I get it. Go ahead. I should express an opinion, Mr. Chair. Go ahead.
I think, I think it's a beautiful design. I think you've done a lot to try to intensify the use of the property and, back of the property. If it wasn't residential, it could be parking to support the front of the building. Not that we're here to design y'all's projects, but it's a lot of intensity without any parking in an area that already has great parking challenges. But if you could find, parking elsewhere for adjacent parking, I think it would be a great project. Parking is a huge issue.
I'm not totally sold on that argument, large part because we haven't even heard from the neighborhood. I guess I'm not totally convinced that, we've seen other wine bars in close proximity to this one operating. They've not had the parking requirements either. Now, they didn't have a residential component that I'm aware of, and I could be misremembering, or at least not two units. But from my line of thinking, I don't see a lack of parking. I feel like that's maybe not that should prohibit project. I guess.
I agree with you. Other than they're adding square footage to the back of the property that could be used as an alternative.
Well, but I don't think it could from a.
You don't think you can get a car down that side?
Well, I don't know that you'd be able to turn around in the back and be able to come back out, because you'd have to take all the cars out into the rear and then have them come forward. So from a site planning standpoint, even if you didn't have that rear, I don't believe it. Mr. Crouch might be able to confirm that for us, and I don't believe you'd be able to park in even without that addition.
That's correct. Even without the addition that we're proposing, we don't have the adequate turnaround space or the aisle that a 90-degree parking requirement.
Y'all may disagree with me. I would make a motion for.
All right. Mr. Bennett moves to approve. Is there a second? Mine's stuck on parking, and I can't second. All right. Going once, going twice. No second. Okay. All right, well. That motion has failed, but is there another motion? Let me ask you this, Mr. Crouch, have you all exhausted your efforts to, 'cause I think if there's a denial here, I think you have to wait a certain amount of time before you bring the application back. Are you thoroughly exhausted in your efforts to find parking, or is there still a glimmer of hope for you?
We could certainly search harder.
Even if you reduce the scope of the requested variance, perhaps by finding a long-term lease for 1 or 2, it might change some of the board members' opinions. Might not, but it might.
So my understanding is if we could provide some off-street, maybe not all 4 spaces, but at least maybe 2 off-street parking spaces.
I'll say this for certain, you'll have a better chance of passing than you will tonight.
Okay, well, that's certainly an avenue that we can take. I mean, I truly do think that the vehicular circulation in this area, it's a pass-through spot. I don't really necessarily think people are gonna have this as a destination with its scale. We really think that it's gonna be people in the neighborhood, happy hour, after hour, just enjoying something.
Well, yeah, and we heard that. So why don't you work on the parking, work on it, keep in communication with Mr. Summerfield, and I'll entertain a motion for a deferral if somebody's willing to do it. Okay. All right, Ms. Richards has moved to defer. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Mr. Bennett seconds the motion. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? None are opposed. It's deferred. So you know what to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
After the east side development too, please.
Yeah,
Maybe-
we did, we tried to get.
Neighbor next door.
But I think they've had some transitions going on right now.
That would be helpful.
All right, thank you, Mr. Crouch. Next item on our agenda is B9 2215 Peony Street, Rosemont, Council District 4. PMS number 464-01-00-180, zoned SR1, requesting variances from section 54-301 to exceed allowable lot occupancy 37% proposed, 35% required, and to reduce setbacks for an accessory dwelling unit ADU with a 1.5 west side setback and a 1.5 rear setback, 25 feet or 9 feet are required. The owner is Jonathan Holt. The applicant is Harbor Line Studio, Mr. Summerfield.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, so first off, I want to correct the record. So when the original agenda posted, we reversed the 9 and the 25 required. It's corrected on the screen up here. So it's a 1.5 foot west setback and 1.5 rear setback, where 9 and 25 feet are required respectively. Just to make that clear for the record. Again, doesn't interfere with our noticing requirements or anything because the request is still what it was. All right, so you can see the property here on Peony Street. Is that right? And so you can see that it's kind of mid-block. On the aerial here, you can see the site with the house. The house is actually set back fairly far, and it is itself somewhat smaller in comparison to the other houses on the block. The applicant has been able to demonstrate through a couple different items that historically this property has had a second dwelling unit, accessory dwelling unit. Probably didn't call it an accessory dwelling unit back in the day. However, that condition has not existed for a while, in part because unfortunately the property has been abandoned and is rather run down. So the applicant is proposing to rehabilitate the property. As you can see, the survey that they conducted just late last year didn't reflect the historic second structure on the survey. However, again, through some photographic aerials and what have you, they are able to kind of locate that there was a second structure in that rear portion of the yard. The aerials are not exact, as you can read through on their narrative. However, the physical elements of the collapsed structure are still present, and you can see that in the photograph. Here you can see the proposed site plan for the existing one-story house that they're going to do some interior renovations on, and then the proposed ADU that would be in the back to replace what had historically been there but is not presently there. You can see the floor plan. Again, the ADU is clearly a subordinate accessory item to the primary structure. And it's a small house, so even this relatively small ADU looks fairly, almost 50%, but it's again, it's subordinate to that structure. Here you can actually see that they have begun some demo work on the main building where they've been taking down, the old drywall, what have you, and trying to work on the existing structure. And then obviously you see another picture of the collapsed building. Staff is recommending approval of these variances. There are some unique circumstances with the history of this site and just the development pattern for this neighborhood. That said, we do want to have two, if approved, conditions if the board were to approve the variance request. The first condition would be that the ADU is approved as a new use and has no pre-existing non-conforming status attached. Again, this is just to clarify the record that while we acknowledge that historically there was something there, it does not have any non-conforming status that exists. So we just want to make sure that that's clear in any approval, and that the ADU, in large part because we don't want to establish that the use existed before our current ADU ordinance, because our current ADU ordinance has very specific requirements that would not have applied if it had non-conforming status. And so the second condition would be that the ADU must comply with all applicable provisions of section 54-214, which is our accessory dwelling unit requirements for submitting an accessory dwelling unit plan to the city staff, recording your CCNRs that is not going to be rented on a short-term basis, either the ADU or the primary structure, and that the owner, in order to rent the accessory structure or the primary structure, the owner must continue to occupy the property in either the ADU or in the primary structure in order to have a paying tenant in the other structure. So those would be the two, if approved, conditions that staff would request if the board is amenable to approving this. And again, understanding the historic precedent of the site, the current lot configuration, historic lot configuration, staff is recommending approval of the variance.
Thank you, Robert. Do we have anybody in opposition to the application for 2215 Peony Street? Anybody in opposition? Nobody in opposition. Do we have the owner applicant? Okay, anything y'all would like to say to the board?
Yes, I just want to clarify maybe what the conditions are for the approval. With the footprint, with the setback approval be approved and we could build the ADU on the previous footprint, or would it have to adhere to existing zoning standards?
So the condition would say that would go along with the variance. So your variance request would be this site plan that's up here now. But what it doesn't do is it doesn't confer like the previous footprint, like that goes away as a precedent. This is your approval. Like you wouldn't be able to say, try to say that because it was essentially there before, we don't have to follow these other rules or what have you that have been put in place since, well, based on the photographic evidence, it would seem since that the previous structure went away some time ago.
Gotcha, so that site plan is what.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah, this would be what would be approved. That condition just tries to clarify the record that it doesn't confer any other non-conforming status or historical approvals with it.
Yeah, thank you.
Satisfied? Good, all right. Discussion, questions, motion?
Move approval with conditions.
All right, Mr. Bennett's moved to approve with the conditions that are shown and that Mr. Summerfield has read. Is there a second? Ms. Richards seconds the motion. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? None are opposed. The motion is approved with conditions and you'll receive a copy of the approval with these conditions attached. Thank you very much. All right, the next item on our agenda, B10 2110 Trescott Street, Silver Hill, Magnolia, Council District 4, TMS number 464-10-00-00-071, zoned SR1. Requesting a special exception under section 54-501 to build a single-family residence on a lot of insufficient size, 2,415 square feet existing, 9,000 square feet are required, and requesting a variance from section 54-301 to exceed allowable lot occupancy, 52% proposed, 35% required, and reduce setbacks with a 6.6 foot east side setback, 2.3 foot front setback, and 3 foot rear setback, 9 feet, 25 feet, and 25 feet are required. The owner is Shaniqua Smalls Hayward. The applicant is William Smith. Mr. Summerfield.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, so this property, as you can see, is in the in this block of Prescott Street, just east or west rather of the King Street extension. You can see the lots on this block all are slightly irregularly shaped. One of the kind of unique factors of the platting of these is a number of them are almost square, a number of them are the squarish rectangles like this lot. But these block widths are very narrow for a block width. It's more the traditional development pattern in Charleston that you would see a narrower lot than this, but much deeper in terms of providing for buildable area. So there is some unique just conditions for a number of these lots. Again, this is a part of a settlement community, so the lots were platted in without maybe the same attention to detail that you would see now, in large part because there was not access to some of the same resources that you would find in other areas of the community, as well as just the time that they were done. Here you can see an aerial of the lot. Again, our aerial doesn't quite line up with the property lines in GIS, but you can see that this lot has been being used to house some parking. However, it has, and I can't remember where we have it, but it has had a home on it previously. We were able to find something in the old maps that did suggest that there had been a residence here before. So the proposal is to build a new relatively small residential structure on the site. This is the model that they're proposing. You can see the floor plan kind of superimposed here on the lot. Again, pretty central to the lot, given the depth of the lot, it really does restrict how much buildable area that is available. to the site, and you can see the proposed first floor here. Again, a very modest structure being proposed on this site. Taking this in two parts because as we've learned, there is maybe separate conversation points between the special exception and the variances. In this case, staff is recommending for the special exception. Again, this is a traditionally single-family detached development pattern for this neighborhood. And because of that small lot that wouldn't otherwise satisfy our current zoning requirements, which we placed on this lot well after it had been platted and previously used, staff is also recommending for the lot coverage or lot occupancy variance as well as the setback variances.
All right, thank you, Robert. Do we have anybody here in opposition to the application for 2110 Trescott Street? Seeing no one in opposition, do we have the owner applicant?
Yeah, we're doing, yeah, we're excited to do it. Obviously, the lot's got plenty of restrictions, being the 25-foot setback from
Could you
that.
state your name for the record?
William
Yes.
Smith, I'd be
Thank you.
applicant. Yeah, obviously, there's plenty of restrictions with the 25-foot front and back setback, making the lot pretty much unbuildable. And then we just took the precedent of 2100 Booker Street, which was given the same stuff. That's a couple lots over, and just try to do our best to match what they did.
All right, thank you, Mr. Smith. Anybody have any questions for the applicant, the city?
I'll make a motion for approval.
Mr. McKay moves to approve. Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, Mr. Bennett seconds the motion. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? None are opposed. The motion passes. And the special exception and the variance for 2110 Prescott Street are approved. Thank you, Mr. Smith. All right, the next item on our agenda, B11. 311 Tall Oak Avenue, Ashley Forest, Council District 9, TMS number 418-0-13-00-025, zoned SR1. Requesting a special exception under section 54-501 for a new rear two-story addition, continuing non-conforming 3-foot 10-inch north side setback, 9 feet are required, and requesting a variance from section 54-301 to provide 5-foot 9-inch south side setback, 9 feet are required for a new garage. Owner applicant Amber Maria Gordon, Mr. Summerfield.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, so you can see the property here on Tall Oaks Avenue, sort of where it turns into Live Oak Avenue. Here in an area where we have both city and county property. You can see from the footprint of the building here on the zoning map, the proximity of the existing house to that north property line. It's very difficult to see anything in the aerial because they are very lucky. They have a very nice tree canopy on the site. Here you can see the existing home. Again, this is a one-story, relatively modest, single-family detached structure. They are proposing to do an addition to this that would add square footage both on the first floor, add a small second floor, and then, as mentioned, have a garage in the back. Again, we are not reviewing architecture per se in this variance request. We're not reviewing architecture. So you can see again the exterior elevations. You will notice again that as I pointed out in the aerial, the tree canopy, the tree locations on site do require them to be a little more creative in how they are able to place the building and the additions. And so because of all of that, and they do have a letter from is she an arborist? Yes, arborist, who does discuss the viability of this project and maintaining the tree protection zones around the trees. And you can see in the aerials here, or in the pictures at the bottom here, some of the trees. These are significant trees on the site that they're dealing with. They do have letters of support from the immediately affected neighbors on both the north, south, and east side, which is all things that we always like to see when we get a variance request. Even if we're not supportive, we like to see if the neighbors are. However, in this case, because the tree issue, the nature of the lot, the fact that it is a very small house, and they are not really asking to do any extraordinary addition to it. We are recommending approval of both the special exception, and again, this is another one where there are two items. There's the special exception, and then there's the variance for the setback.
All right, thank you, Robert. Do we have anybody here in opposition to the application for 311 Tall Oak Avenue? Anyone in opposition? Seeing no one in opposition, do we have the owner or applicant here? Okay. Ma'am, anything you'd like to say to the board, or you just leave it at? Okay. Sounds good. Do we have any questions for the city or the applicant, or are we ready to vote? All right, Ms. Grass moves to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Ms. Richards seconds the motion. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? None are opposed. The motion passes. And the special exception and variance for 311 Tall Oak Avenue are granted. Thank you. All right, the next item on our agenda, B12, 59.5 Avondale Avenue. Avondale, Council District 9, TMS number 418-10-00-00-050, zoned SR1. Requesting a special exception under section 54-501 to build a single-family residence on a lot of insufficient size, 3,450 square feet existing, 9,000 square feet are required. And requesting variances from section 54-301 to provide 5.2 foot side setbacks, 9 feet are required. The owner is Atlantic Management LLC. The applicant is Scott Stamps. Mr. Summerfield.
Mr. Chairman, was the one that was reducing? No. Okay. All right. Sorry about that, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, members of the board. So this property is, as you can see here on Avondale Avenue. It is a very narrow lot. This property has a somewhat unique history in that once upon a time, it was combined with the property immediately to the north of it. It was in the county, got annexed into the city. As you can see, this half got annexed into the city. The other half remained in the county. The other half got developed in the county for a single family detached residential. Obviously, this lot doesn't conform to any of our standards for the SR1. So in order for it to be developed, it necessitates the special exception and the variances that are before you today. Given the neighboring other half of the lot, you can see that it is possible to develop the lot for a single family development. Again, here's the aerial so you can see the perspective in the neighborhood, in the area around it. Again, there is a healthy tree canopy, so it is difficult to actually see the lot given that picture. You can see what they have submitted for their findings. Here is the proposal for the plot plan that they have. The model that they're showing here, they would propose to build on the site, again, is a relatively modest new construction of a home with just 3 bedrooms on an upper story with a kitchen, dining room, living room area. You can see that they do have some challenges on this lot. They have a very large tree right there that you can see kind of in the middle. You have electric lines that are coming right through the property. So they'll have some work to do as they work to move forward with this project. But again, as demonstrated by the neighboring property to the north, it is doable to put a single family home on this lot. As always, the city is responsive to a situation like this where, again, we have zoning applied to a lot that never could conform to those zoning requirements. So staff is recommending for the special exception for the lot of insufficient size, because where a single family lot exists, we would like to see it used to build housing. And again, as a result of just the narrowness of the lot and other site constraints like the tree and what have you, we are recommending for the setback variances as well.
All right, thank you, Robert. Is there anybody here in opposition to the applications for 59.5 Avondale Avenue? Okay, you're in opposition, hold your horses. We're gonna hear from the owner or applicant. Do we have the owner or applicant here? Yes, sir, come on up.
Thank you, Member Doyle. Scott Stamps, owner of Atlantic Management, applicant as well. I've purchased this lot with the one next door, just so you guys know that. It was a package deal, kind of. So we're going for the variance and the setbacks. We covered this separately. The variance is for a lot of insufficient size. As you've covered, most of the lots in the neighborhood don't meet the set of criteria anyways. This lot's even smaller since it was subdivided. So I think that is in keeping with the neighborhood, most likely. The other piece is the side setbacks. I tried to sort of mimic what is done next door, as it was covered with the smaller house, with the smaller footprint. And the setbacks I have recommended are 5.2 feet per side. The house next door is 4.5 feet per side. I tried to keep the lot, the proposed house there, I tried to keep it in the same similar lineup as the house next to it from the street. Also, as mentioned, there is a large live oak in the front. We met with city staff on site with the developers, Mike Russell, and city staff was supportive of an idea of keeping the house out of the tree canopy, the protection zone. And they said they will confer with me on the driveway to do an impervious driveway so it doesn't hurt the tree. And then also we have an arborist on site to assist with pruning the tree and caring for the tree, just to cover. I know that's not really part of this, but I just want you to know that I thought about it before proposing this. Other than that, yeah, just trying to keep, I guess, a smaller house that fits the lot, but with the current setbacks that are on it, the 9 feet, it only leaves 9 and 9, only leaves 12 feet in the middle to build, so that would be pretty tough. So that's it. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Stamps. Do we have anybody else in support of the application? At 59.5 Avondale, okay. Seeing no one else ready to, oh, you've got it, Mr. Smith, sorry.
Yeah, William Smith, I live 210 Live Oak, so I'm right there. I'm pretty familiar with this property. What he is proposing is basically what is done right next door. If you look on like the Google Street image, I think it'd be a great use of the property and, fits with the neighborhood.
All right, thank you, Mr. Smith. I appreciate your input. All right, now we have somebody in opposition.
Mr. Chairman, board members, thank you. My name is Thomas Warren. I've lived in Avondale for 17 years. My property is 30 Lindendale. I want to start by just saying Avondale is fantastic. It has been getting a lot of development, renovation and such, turning the 1940 cottages into modern friendly houses for all. And I support that. I've added on and renovated my house. My immediate neighbors have as well. All of us had our initial plans changed with the variances and the setbacks that are the current requirements, and we modified to accomplish that. There has been a plethora of ADUs and new residential units in the last couple of years. There's been a ton of activity in this space, engendering the fears of short-term rentals and all of the associated things. Certainly not saying that's pertaining to this, but a lot of ADUs that seem questionable and a lot of that. The gentleman and the application cite the extraordinary and exceptional burdensome circumstances of 9, whatever it is, the 30-foot lot. I just have to point out that these were known at the time of the subdivision. It was a 60 by 115 lot, as all of those were. It was subdivided at some point, creating these conditions. And so now saying that it's an undue burden that we must create a variance for that to allow for a single residence home in a lot that really is too small for a 3-bedroom, in certain people's opinion. I just don't think we should be surprised that we created the necessity of this variance request. While I'm sympathetic and I do acknowledge that the property to the south has an ADU, the property to the north was also subdivided with a very similar structure. And so the Me Too is so strong. In order to prevent the next 5 to 10 requests to subdivide small lots with this as a precedent or build additional ADUs, I'd strongly recommend that we hold to the variances, the setbacks, the requirements that are public and required. And my final comment, Avondale is not a blighted or disadvantaged neighborhood in any way. I've heard certain properties needing some benefit to allow for a reasonable development. That doesn't really seem to apply to the Avondale neighborhood. The influx of new people and innovation investment is substantial. So I would simply ask, why now? Why are we approving this when we created the need for this? This was known when the property was put up for sale, and to approve it now, I really feel just opens the door to many more requests, as this is a hot topic in this general neighborhood and many others. So thank you.
All right, thank you, Thomas. Mr. Stamp, I need to ask if anybody else in opposition. I don't think so. Okay, seeing no one else, Mr. Stamps, you want to respond?
Certainly appreciate comments from anyone, positive or negative, to make sure that everyone's heard. I did try to keep this plan again in keeping with what's in the neighborhood while protecting the trees. So I don't know what else could really be done with it. I'm not sure if they're asking for a smaller house or a little clear there. But I still firmly believe that the extraordinary acceptable conditions created by the previous subdivision not meet to be.
Right, that's why I was gonna ask you. You were not responsible for subdividing that parcel, correct?
No, I don't know the exact history. I think we referred to history earlier, and it was before my time.
You bought a separately platted lot, correct?
Correct, yeah.
Thank you.
That's right.
Sorry.
Yeah, that was, the house next door was built in 2018 for reference. That's it. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Stamps. Any other questions for the applicant or for the city?
Are the lots, I'm not sure where, anyway, if you're looking at the map to the left, was that the same situation? Was it one lot and then it was subdivided, since those lots are nearly identical?
You're talking about these two? They were one lot. So originally they were in the county, they were one lot. And then they were subdivided. And then these properties were annexed into the city.
Okay.
These properties were not.
Okay.
The county did that.
Yes.
Out of curiosity, what is the city's position on subdividing lots?
We would not allow this. They would have to come to you guys to get relief to be able to try to do this in the city.
Right, so it's not like we're setting a precedent. It was already subdivided when he purchased it. It's needs a little assistance to be buildable, but you guys make a decision. You want to discuss it, or you ready to make a motion?
I'll make a motion for approval.
All right, Mr. McKay moves to approve. Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, Mr. Bennett seconds the motion. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? None are opposed. Motion passes unanimously 5-0. And the special exception of variances for 59.5 Avondale Avenue are granted. Thank you. I see Mr. Trent Walker out there lurking about, and I wonder whether he needs something. Okay, all right. All right, okay. All right, so the next item on our agenda. B13 64 Lee Street, East Side, Council District 4, EMS number 459-05-01-082, zoned DR2, requesting a special exception under section 54-501 to build a single-family residence on a lot of insufficient size, 748 square feet existing, 2,500 square feet are required, and requesting variances from section 54-301 to exceed allowable lot occupancy, 59% proposed, 35% required, and reduce setbacks with a 5-foot west side setback and a 9-foot rear setback, 7 feet and 7 feet are required. Requesting a variance from section 54-301 to build a utility stand with a 0-foot west side setback and an 8-foot rear setback, 3 feet and 3 feet are required. Requesting a variance from section 54-317 to provide no off-street parking, 2 spaces are required. The owner is Blue Funnel Real Estate SC LLC, and the applicant is Luis Acosta. Mr. Summerfield.
Mr. Chairman, first off, thank you for reading all of that. So this site is definitely one that, in my opinion, hits the hardship test, in that this is historically been a site that has had a home on it in the past. It is obviously unique in that it is a square in a land of rectangles. It's a small square in the land of decent size rectangles at that. So this is a site that was always going to be and always has been difficult to build on. You can see here in the aerial, this is right across the street from the city's new James Lewis apartment building. It's also just basically one house down from the city's recreation center there at the corner of Hanover and Lee Street. So this is also an area that has seen a lot of historic absentee owners. It's seen some reinvestment by both the city and long-term property owners. It's also a neighborhood that has seen, well, I mean, let's just be honest, it's seen gentrification. It's seen a lot of switch over from historic property owners to new investment that has changed some of the pattern in the area. Again, this site you can see on this map dating back into, I think, the late 60s. You can see the site is right here. It actually was, again, had a structure on it, a residential structure. When that disappeared, I don't know for sure. We haven't been able to track that down exactly. But again, we're confident that it has previously hosted a structure. The proposal is a very simple, basic home, basically a 1-bedroom home with a little bit of living space on the half story that the Heights District will allow for this location. The elevations that we have here were updated as of today. So I'll look to the applicant. They do have their, hopefully they have some hard copies of some updated elevation, because when we reviewed these elevations, we determined that these elevations were not compliant with the requirements to meet the definition for the half story on top. So they've done some revisions to address that. That has not necessitated any new or additional variances. And again, the specifics of the architectural will be taken care of by, I believe this is in BAR, so BAR small would be looking at this. But so these elevations are not quite the same, but the general envelope of the home is essentially this elevation. As you can see, then here's the site plan where you can see the how this lines up. Again, this isn't an area where many of the neighboring properties are non-conforming to the zoning, because we applied the zoning well after everything in this area had been platted. So again, it's got similar issues to some of the other applications you've looked at today. They do have letters of support from neighboring properties. And there was in our public comment packet an additional letter of support from 72 Lee, which is different from these two at 66 Lee and 66 Lee that were provided here. So with that, staff is recommending support. Again, this is a complicated application, but support for the special exception by identifying it as a viable lot for construction. It almost by necessity requires all of the variances that follow in order to make it actually viable for any type of construction as a single family lot. So,
All right, and it appears to me that the city has worked closely with the applicant in order to try to identify all the issues that need to be taken care of here.
yes, sir, we've been in good communication with the applicant. Like I said, they've revised drawings to address the half-story concern. And they will, I believe they will have to go through VAR small for development of the site.
Okay. Do we have anybody here in opposition to the applications for 64 Lee Street? Seeing no one in opposition, do we have the owner or applicant here?
Yeah.
Yes, yes, sir. Okay. You have anything to say to the board? You good to go?
Okay, thank you.
All right, do we have any questions for the city? Any questions for the applicant? Anybody want to make a motion?
Move for
All
approval.
right, Ms. Grass moves to approve. Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, Mr. Bennett seconds the motion. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? No one is opposed, and so the panoply of variances and special exceptions for 64 Lee Street are granted. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item on our agenda, B 28 Pitt Street, Charleston Village, Council District 8, PMS number 457-04-01-088, zone BR1F, requesting an appeal of a staff denial of a sidewalk cafe permit application. The owner is Helen Rice. The applicant is Courtney Zentner. Just for Summerfield, please.
Mr. Chairman, so before I do that, and I do apologize, and I don't want to drag the meeting out, but we have been here for over 3 hours.
Might need a break.
I think it would be an appropriate time to check to see if we could take a short recess to allow board members to stand up, maybe use the facilities.
Okay, we'll entertain a recess here. I would say, you know, let's be back and rolling no later than a quarter till, okay? I mean, do we need that long or do you need?
I don't even think we need that. I mean, I will look to your members, but I think 5 minutes should be.
Let's take
sufficient for
5.
everybody.
We'll take 5.
Remember, everyone, that we are still recording, so just keep that in mind, even though we are recessed, the recording is still on and live. Good chair, it's a good chair.
That's fun.
Oh, this is for that.
Yeah.
Like, okay.
Yeah, we really just want to make sure.
Yeah.
This is not about the next item, it's not tomorrow. I know you are ready tomorrow
We have a meeting
at 3.
at 3, yes.
Chris had something come up, you can't do it at 3. I checked, it looked like you didn't have any other openings yesterday.
Probably not.
All right, but if something comes up at 2 or 4, probably don't do 4, but if something clears, if you let me know.
Yeah.
Okay, so you can, I'll send you a text or something, but you just. We apologize.
No worries, so 2 or 4,
Yeah.
or you'll just look at my calendar, I mean,
Yeah, we'll
you'll be
pick it
able to
up.
access that
Yeah,
link
yeah.
to find another opening.
I'll tell you, it's opening at 10 o'clock on Thursday. We can't do that, so we're just gonna see if we can,
Okay.
somebody else. All right.
All
great.
right, no worries. All right, did you make that first copy that you were in, that we talked about?
Well, I was.
Wow. Yeah.
Marathon.
I'll get a look.
No.
Why do you get earlier? Is this just fun or?
Sometimes at least, because I could see that some folks needed, but.
Well, I tried to think about referring my own.
Great.
I think
Yeah,
part of the
that would
reason
have taken us another hour.
Have a meeting at the beginning of July.
Oh, I get it.
So I think stuff gets stacked.
Yeah.
Two. Yeah, so those two are still.
No, that's the best, it was just an hour.
Endurance and survival.
Is that good? I go glycemic. You got a whole suite of things. Are these available to the CP?
Yes, for you.
Still recording? It's really nice. Also, so never works.
Sit in small.
Good label left.
Anybody need another water?
Mm-mm.
This might be nice.
Sadly.
I was looking across the way and I just saw,
You can tell.
I saw that there might be an interest in. You're a good boss that you let her go home.
No, you're good.
Covered this after doing committee meetings and council. So. All right. I think we're all here whenever you're ready to reconvene. I think Matt ran upstairs, but we're still good.
Okay, well, I got through the introduction of B14 for 28 Fifth Street, and I think am ready for your presentation.
Perfect. All right. So Mr. Chairman, members of the board, so this is a request by the operators at 28 Pitt Street of the Merci Cafe. They had submitted for a sidewalk cafe permit that my staff reviewed. As a part of that review, here's the site. You can see this is the corner of Montague and Pitt Street. They also operate at 17 Montague, a small kind of boutique necessity store, or well, not necessity. I mean, is wine a necessity? Provisions. Thank you. That was the word I was looking for. Provisions store there on that side of the building as well. But they have a little cafe here at the front of the building on Pitt Street that they operate. Maybe you've seen it in some write-ups. They have their letter that they sent in support of their request for this appeal. The item of question, if you would, is the sign that you can see here that says loading only. When staff got this, got the request, one of the things we've been working with TNT on is the fact that there are a number of non-compliant loading and parking zones out there, and we've been trying to fix those when we find them. And so, when we got this application, and we go out and we measure the distance to ensure, that everything is meeting the, amount of space so that we have adequate room, not just for the customers of the applicant of the sidewalk dining, but also that maintains a clear path for pedestrians and not just pedestrians that are walking, but folks that are pushing strollers, walkers, wheelchairs, things of that nature. At any rate, staff looked at this and quickly was able to tell that this loading zone is non-compliant with DOT as well as TNT standards, at which point they reached out to our TNT office. Our director of traffic and transportation took a look at it and was like, no, that sign or that loading zone is not compliant and is not valid and should not be there. The sign had subsequently been removed. However, when the applicant did apply, the sign did exist there. Obviously, they applied believing that with the sign there, that they were able to apply under a lesser distance separation or a lesser sidewalk width, because if you have a loading zone to protect the sidewalk, you're allowed a lesser width than an unprotected, what we consider an unprotected sidewalk. So with staff's finding that the loading zone was not in fact valid, and it's the sign subsequent removal, staff by the letter of the ordinance, the site was not sufficient to be able to approve the sidewalk dining permit, and so staff denied it. You have the appeal before you today of that staff denial, and obviously planning's position is that we denied the application appropriately and that we would ask that the board uphold our denial. With us this evening is Corporation Counsel Julia Copeland. She's available to provide any additional legal questions since this is an appeal. And if you all would like to enter into any kind of executive session to discuss this appeal after you've heard from the applicant. They do have some letters of support relative to this item. However, we have also received, as a part of the public comment period, some letters of opposition, not to Mercy. The one that we did receive here was that they're very complimentary of the restaurant, but they did not feel that the sidewalk dining would be appropriate. And there's also some exhibits from the email that they were sent following their denial of the sidewalk dining or sidewalk dining permit.
Okay, thank you, Robert. And just to be clear, this is an appeal of a zoning administrator decision and not a request for a variance or a special exception to suspend the operation or grant an exception to applicable ordinance.
Correct. It's an appeal of our decision to deny based on the fact that the loading zone is not a loading zone.
I have a follow-up question for that, but I'll wait. Who here is in opposition to the application at or the appeal at 28 Pitt? Okay, I see you. We'll hear from you, but we need to hear from the appellant first. So we have the owner or applicant.
Yes.
Mr. Walker.
Mr. Chairman. Good evening. My name is Tom Walker. I'm an attorney, 66 Hazel Street. With me are Michael and Courtney Vintner, the owners and operators of Mayor Cedar Restaurant, which opened in March. And I've got a handout, if I may give you some photographs and other things that we think will assist.
Please.
One for you too.
Thank you, Sean.
We make this part of the record.
Yeah, no, we were definitely.
And there's nothing momentous in it, but we do think it is important that you have a good feel for what Mayor C is. There were a couple pictures that Robert showed in his presentation, and if you open it up, the first tab says Mayor C, and there's some pictures. And I think if you take a look at it, there are pictures of the outside and the inside. It's a very cozy French bistro restaurant that has gone to great pains to be elegant, to serve the neighborhood, and we believe create a wonderful little niche restaurant within the community. So that's, if you look at those first 4 pictures, that will give you the feel for Mayor C. And as Robert was saying, an application was put in for sidewalk dining. The Zentners opened the restaurant 3 months ago. They had to get operations settled in before they made this application for sidewalk dining. They talked to staff. And by the way, sidewalk dining is allowed as a matter of right, not something that requires a special exception or variance in this zoning district. It does have conditions, and the applicant needs to meet the conditions. So as Mr. Chairman said, we're not talking about having to meet a variance exception or anything like that. We just have to meet the exceptions of the ordinance. And I attached the ordinance at the very back because we've talked about the ordinance, but there wasn't a copy of the ordinance in the file. So the last tab is the ordinance, and it's 54-13 that lays out the sidewalk regulations. And when the Zentners put in this application, they checked every single box. They did everything that the application required. Staff said, you meet everything. Just give us the application, which they did. Because they did all the things that were required. And then they were surprised when staff said, no, you can't do it here. You can't do it here because it says it's a loading zone, but it's really not a loading zone. And I didn't know this, but if you look at page 3 of the ordinance, and I highlighted it, there's a different standard for if you have loading zone or metered parking. So if you have a loading zone or metered parking, all you need is 5 feet of clearance from the table to the curb, which we have. And this area, as you saw, was posted as loading zone. We met that. But if it's not a loading zone, it requires 8 feet of clearance. And I don't know the basis for that. I assume that it's thinking places like King Street with a lot of traffic. There's not a lot of traffic on at this particular location. What's more surprising was that the city suddenly said, and we attached the decision at the back of our appeal, and to sum it up, it was a short email that said, we're denying this because it doesn't meet TNT's requirement for a loading zone, and it should have never been a loading zone. Well, it's been a loading zone for 15 years. It's used all the time. The restaurant uses it, and if you look at the middle bit of pictures that I have here, it's called loading zone. This is from Google Earth. And the farthest we can go back is 2011, and that's the first page. And you can see it's somewhat blurred, but the red loading zone sign is on the 2-hour parking district sign. And then the next one's 2013. You can see it was there then. 2014, we got a few people in that one. 2016, and on up till October of 2024. So it's not that this was a new loading zone and they made a mistake. This is a loading zone that served the grocery store, the corner store that was there for years and years and years. It goes back, it's an historic loading zone. We don't know what the regulations are, but when we applied, this was a loading zone. And what are we asking you to do? We're asking you to give us the benefit of the conditions that existed at the time you put in this application. What has changed? They took down a sign. The clearance hadn't changed. It's still the same sidewalk. If the sign were there, it would be adequate. Just because they took down the sign, they say it's inadequate. Now, that's a problem with the regulation, but here we had every reason to believe that we met it. And because this restaurant is a little pocket restaurant, with only maybe 20 or 21 seats, and every seat you can get makes a difference. And they planned on this sidewalk zoning when they upfitted and did everything, and they intend to be and have been good neighbors. And we would like to see, and we have the utmost respect for the zoning staff and for TNT, but we think in this instance that in fairness and in fact, because this area is still going to be a loading zone, they can take the sign down, but I can tell you, everybody is going to drop things off at their restaurant is going to pull into that space. They aren't going to go, there's nowhere else they can go. They aren't going to park in the residential area. So all they did was take down the sign of a de facto loading zone, and we think it should be recognized as that. And it just didn't suddenly become unsuitable, and it's still suitable. So thank you. I'm going to let Courtney and Michael say a few words because there are people here from the neighborhood, but they put an awful lot of sweat and their life in this. He's the chef, she's the everything and partial chef, and so, well, you go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. Good evening, members of the board. We really appreciate you letting us come to talk about this. My name is Michael. This is Courtney. We're the owners of Merci Restaurant. I really just it's been my dream just to open a restaurant, and I've opened a lot of restaurants and never one that's my own. So this is my own and ours. And I just we try to focus on hospitality and making nice food for people and taking care of the neighborhood. And that's just what we're trying to showcase. So that's kind of my first point is just we have a little market next door that we're providing people with meals and breads that we make and everything we make in our own kitchen from scratch with local ingredients. We just are really trying to put our best foot forward for the community. And we just really want to be a part of the landscape of Charleston in the food scene in the neighborhood. And that's why we wanted to build a restaurant in a neighborhood to be servicing the community of Charleston and not just tourists from other places. And this, having put all this energy and all this capital into the business, having the outdoor seating go away is something we were surprised by. We've had some ups and downs from the process. We've done our best to learn from mistakes that have been made, or as things have been brought to our attention, we've done our best to correct anything that the neighborhood would like us to do. We've done our best to try to correct. And I think we do have support from some of our neighbors, and we do have some neighbors that are not in support, but I think that, we're trying to be reasonable and be as helpful as we possibly can.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anything to say?
Well, you took all my words actually. I just, in general, we, as my husband said, this has been a dream of ours. We own another company in Drifter, and that we opened at the beginning of COVID, that this was always the path for us. And this has been easily the biggest challenge of our lives, opening this space. It took 18 months. And we just really believe in it wholeheartedly. And really, like Mike said, always welcome feedback. We always welcome
critique. That's really what we're in the business of doing, is just making people happy. And so, you know, I think I just want to continue to express that we're really here. We have big dreams of what we want from this restaurant. You know, we want to, you know, be in the Michelin Guide. We want so much from this place that, you know, I hope that comes through in our efforts today and in years to come.
I will say too, like we do have two neighbors that are right next door that also have letters of approval in the packet that you have. So it's, there's definitely neighbors that are close by that are not in approval, but it's not everyone. And I just think that restaurants are very important to this community. And I think that we have to, you know, all I've ever done my whole life is cook. I've cooked since I was 13. So I've never done anything else except, you know, do this. So I'm very happy to, you know, operate within the parameters that were given from the zoning, and we'll respect any decisions made. But I do think it is important to note that, like, you know, we are doing everything in our power to operate in the best possible way we can. And if there was, that's all.
Thank you very much,
Thank
Mr.
you.
and Mrs. Bittner. All right, so anybody else who would like to speak in support of the application? Yes, sir.
We'll make this brief. Good evening, I'm Joe McGee. I live on Little Magazine Street, so just 2 or 3 blocks from the location. And I'll give you a slightly different lens. I'm neither an operator or immediately next door neighbor, but the reason I'm here. I speak in support of the applicant's appeal. I believe the BZA has ample grounds to grant it based on some reasonableness, fairness, and the special circumstances you've heard here. A quick summary of where we are. The zoning administrator had little choice really to deny the sidewalk dining request based on the letter of ordinance. Clear. But as a result of pedestrian clearance, but as a result of the zoning the loading zone being changed, the pedestrian clearance requirement jumped from 5 to 8 feet, triggering the denial. I think the BZA can and should apply a broader lens of reasonableness and practical fairness. Several points. First, it was entirely reasonable for the applicant to assume the loading zone was valid. You've heard those arguments. The city made no changes in notifications until after the application was submitted, at which point the signage was replaced with no parking. That's not a transparent process, or at best, it's an oversight. Secondly, the new parking designation removes a spot used not just for the restaurant delivery trucks, but also for the neighborhood delivery trucks, the ones that are serving the residents nearby. Now, it's unlikely to be strictly enforced, but its mere removal triggers more stringent clearance requirements, disallowing outdoor dining from a practical perspective. Perhaps a fair standard, but unduly punishing, I think, in this context. And the third, regarding clearance, sidewalk cafes, based on my reading, and there could be better informed sources here, are only permitted on sidewalks a minimum width of 8 feet. They meet that. I think they are 9.7, and based on the paces of my foot, 10 paces of my foot, they're pretty close to 10 feet. However, per the sidewalk cafe regulations, if they're not abutting parking spaces and loading zones, that must be 10 feet of pedestrian clearance. Not just 10 feet from wall to curb, but 10 feet of pedestrian clearance between whatever tables they put up and the curb. This is where reasonable and fairness prevail. We are fortunate to have other outdoor dining establishments in our neighborhood, and they're beloved, they're well attended, and I don't think they meet those requirements. And how many sidewalks in residential neighborhoods of Charleston could do that in any case? So we're looking for reasonable adaptation here. My last and larger point, and that's why I'm really here. It's additive to our neighborhood when we have quality commercial businesses mixed with residencies, AKA the corner store. And we have a number of those formerly and currently in Charleston Village. We need to find a way to make it work. You walk instead of taking a car. It creates foot traffic on the street. It's certainly better than a vacant property. It makes you have to talk to your neighbor that maybe you don't want to talk to. That means residential boundaries and privacy must also be respected by commercial operations. In that spirit, I would support sidewalk dining MRC with a closing time closer or earlier than the 10 as they've requested, and a clear expectation of good neighborhood behavior, if that's within the scope of the BZA. Let's apply reason and balance to make this work for MRC in our neighborhood. And as we design Charleston going forward, let's figure out how we can make these things work together.
Thank you, Mr. McGee. All right, anybody else who would like to speak in support of the application 28? All right, before we hear from the opposition, I have one question for Mr. Walker, and then we can have y'all. Question from a legal perspective: if in fact state and local law prohibits that area from being a loading zone, does the sign nevertheless make it so? In other words, does the sign make it a loading zone despite legal prohibitions against that area being a loading zone?
I would turn the question just a little bit, and that is that the city considered it a loading zone for at least 15 years. That's as far back as we can get the photographs. And I think that that is a consideration in this. If the law says it shouldn't be a loading zone, but nobody came out and it didn't suddenly not qualify as a loading zone. It's always been treated as one. But I would say that if there's some technical standard and today it doesn't meet it, absent some variance or something else, sure, it doesn't meet the letter of the law. But it was a loading zone in every shape and form up until we put in this application. In fact, the staff said, you meet everything, just put in your application, and we did. And we upfitted this space thinking we would have this additional capacity. That 20% makes a big difference when you only have 20 people inside. And I realize there's a legal question here, and we're doing the best we can on the fairness of this and the fact that we were led to believe this. The city could have come out years ago and taken it off if it wasn't. Why did the city wait until we put in an application to suddenly go, aha, this isn't a loading zone anymore? They should have taken, if it wasn't one, it should have never been one. And we shouldn't be, and particularly, I'm sorry I'm taking so long. It's just kind of absurd to say this distance is perfectly okay if there's a sign that says loading zone. But it's not okay if we take that sign away. And it's still, as you heard from Mr. McGee, it's still going to be treated. The Amazon truck's going to stop there. The wine truck's going to stop there. All these trucks are going to stop there because it is the most convenient place to pull over. And that's what it's going to be. And Michael will tell you, if it wasn't a loading zone, he got 3 tickets for parking in a loading zone. And the irony of this is just too much. But that's not what you're here for.
I hear you. I hear you. Thank you, Mr. Walker. Sorry about that, sir. Come on up.
Good evening, members. I'm David Hoffman. I live at 9 Pitt, which is a block away. I've been in Charleston Village for 40 some years, so I've seen issues come, a lot of issues go. My first concern with this outdoor seating is this plan has somewhat mutated from where it all started as this building was being redone. Originally, this space was to be a cafe or wine bar with limited kitchen service. And that was what was approved by this board in 2024. I'm going to give you a response here from Penny Ashby, because we've been in touch with her on a number of occasions with this property, because there have been proposals for office space, there were proposals for event space, been a lot of proposals here. And tonight we keep hearing restaurant. That wasn't the concept of what was approved by the board when this came up initially. They wanted this to be, and they assumed the applicant asked for a cafe wine bar situation. What Penny said in response to some of our conversations, this is in March 29th, 2024. And it's the email to my wife. We've been in touch with the contractor for the project. He'll be providing the plans for this interior renovations. It's my understanding that the plans will be submitted and are the same plans approved by the BZA-Z board with the condition no full kitchen. Now, it is running as a full restaurant. Full service restaurant. I don't know what they've done with the kitchen. I don't know if someone's looked to see if it's a full kitchen or not a full kitchen, but they're obviously preparing a full menu and a full line of meals. And this is going to be an extension of that restaurant out on the sidewalk. Just from a practical sense, I feel it's very cumbersome to fit 4 tables with 8 people out there. I think it's going to be difficult to not encumber the sidewalk. But the bigger problem to me is that this whole concept has morphed, and what has happened is the current operators, for whatever reason, have come in there and they're trying to force something into this building that was not what was the intent of the original BZA approval back in 23 and 24. So I feel that the board should look back at what was approved initially and look at the concept that is now on the table and act accordingly. I just don't feel it's appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hoffman. All right, others in opposition who wish to speak?
Good evening. I live on next to 17 Pitt Street, Montague Street. I've watched the Zentners since they began their operation next door. Originally, they used the facility as a venue. They served catered dinners, they served wine, had no permit, no license for that at the time. They claimed they were told this was okay, but it was not something that the city approved of at the time. They were warned by zoning at the time not to continue the practice. They did. They sold merchandise in the backyard of 17 after they were told there was nothing to be done back there. They sold food from a table out in front of 28 Pitt Street before it was opened, again, without a license. I feel like this is bad behavior, not being very respectful of the city zoning with the violations that they have done to this point. They're storing trash. I have pictures of it in the back of 17 Montague. The trash is from 28 Pitt Street, which is like open bottles of wine that are stored up in containers. And basically, I don't know if you realize this, but they're using 17 Montague as a storage for their wine and other supplies. So their employees work from, firstly, they walk out of 28 around the corner, and then this is a normal traffic pattern for all of the employees there. Their employees have been parking on Montague Street. They arrive at about 2 o'clock for prep and they don't leave till when the place is closed. We've notified transportation of this, and so far, not much has been done about that either. So basically, I would say you expand their business to the street. You wonder what's going to happen there. You allow 4 tables. Will the next be, we need umbrellas for the tables. We need lighting for the tables. So this is the type of aggressive behavior that's been going on since they opened their restaurant. So that's my opposition today.
Thank you, ma'am. And your name again, I'm
Susan Lewis.
Lewis, thank you.
Good evening. Thank you for your time. My name is Dan Kendall. I live on Montague Street around the corner. I'm not a Juris Doctorate, but I speak facts. And the fact is, they're not good neighbors. For them to come out and say they are, this isn't true. They block the sidewalk now. There are people out there every night drinking, open containers. It's a very tight little spot to walk through. You said it's 8 feet, you know, you put a couple tables out, you have a server there, somebody bringing food, it's gonna take up more space. There's people with wheelchairs that live in the neighborhood, strollers, they can't get by. Where's the ADA involved, you know? People need to get through. There is a stop sign there. You keep talking about the other sign, I keep no. There's a stop sign. If you look at the picture that I sent you, Mr. Summerville, you can see the stop sign. How are people gonna get around that? Another question. And then the gentleman in the back, he doesn't live in the neighborhood. He lives at Charleston Day. He says, you know, he represents the neighborhood. He doesn't. He doesn't live there. He said it's not busy. There's not a lot of traffic there. There's tons of kids that walk by every day. All the kids that come to school that live in the neighborhood walk to the College of Charleston that way. And it's not just in the mornings, it's afternoons, it's evenings. It's a busy, busy sidewalk. And for this Mr. Esquire here saying that it's, you know, not busy, where does he get that information from? Is it his opinion that it's not a busy neighborhood? Because it is. You know, traffic goes back and forth on Pitt and Montague. Montague's a cut through. If you don't want to take Wentworth and sit at the lights, you cut down Montague. And every day we see cars speeding down there. So for him to say it's not a busy neighborhood, it's just false. And yeah, and the noise, you know, I've come home from my mom who lives on one of the islands, goes by late at night, and the people are still out there. You know, they serve dinner until 10 o'clock. If I sit down at 10 o'clock, you're serving me dinner, and I'm drinking wine, I'm there till 11:30. So imagine that being outside your house at 11:30 at night. You don't want that. And so I'm totally against this. And I'm against the restaurant, actually. I missed the corner store. They were good people.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else? To speak in opposition? All right, seeing no one else in opposition, Mr. Walker, you'll have an opportunity to rebut.
I think Mike was gonna
Okay.
say a few words in
Sure.
response to some of the, and Courtney.
All right, Mr. Zentler.
Hi, thanks again for letting me sort of speak. There seems to be, there's some information that is sort of, I'd like to just, we're not able to serve food past 10 o'clock. So that was the last thing that was spoken about. So like the rule is we need to have, everyone like needs to be completed by 10 o'clock. So we actually end our reservations at 8. Like you could still come in at 9, but if you come in at 9, we would say you have until 10 o'clock. So we would just say you have to modify your meal, which happens occasionally. When we moved into the location, we sort of thought, we thought that we were able to do smaller, like 6 to 10 person parties in there. And as soon as we did one in 17 Montague, and we did one, and was it, what was his name? Lee Batchelter, you know, talked to us immediately, and we never did another one. So I'm not sure how that happened many times. That it happened one time, and we immediately changed our business model to do that. We started our company by selling bread during COVID. And so, yes, we did pop up a table to sell some bread when our restaurant was taking forever to open. And then when we learned we couldn't do that, we immediately stopped.
We actually moved it to the Nicholas.
The Nicholas. So these things were a long time ago, and like I said, we've learned from these mistakes. I am perfectly happy to, you know, as soon as we've learned, like the thing about we just didn't know these things, and that's our fault. We should have, I guess, but we just didn't know. We hired a lawyer, a different lawyer, to like do these things and to like, you know, help us like understand what we're doing. We just didn't know. And as far as the kitchen, I mean, most of the food in the restaurant is cold. We have one oven which we're allowed to use. We went through all this process. And it's all been through the correct things. And we make beef Wellington in our other kitchen and we basically bake it there and cut it in half. That was one of the other items. It's a bistro is the name of the restaurant. That is a wine bar. We only serve wine. We serve small plates. Our plates are about this big. You know, and so as a chef, I have to come up with dishes that make sense for that environment, which I'm happy to do. I think it creates a nice atmosphere. You know, the drinking outside, I have never heard that from anybody. I've never, nobody from the city has ever came to us saying that people are drinking outside. We monitor the time that the staff gets out of there. I'm there a lot. You know, everybody wants to get home. You know, we open at 4, we close at 10. It's kind of a nice thing for the kitchen and for the staff that they get to be home at 11 o'clock, 11:30. They get to their house wherever they live. So I'm not sure about that. There's people across the street. There's younger folks that I hear drinking on their porch. Like we're not the only people in the neighborhood. So I don't know that information, but that's the first that I've heard of that.
And regarding trash, and wine bottles that
Yes.
Miss Lewis is addressing, that's actually done on purpose because we actually put them in the back so that they don't get taken out with the trash and broken. And when the trash is picked up at night, they're not dumped at night. They're obviously empty bottles from the restaurant operating, but it's done actually in a conscious effort. And Jack and Pascal Ferrero, who are at 26 Pit on this side, have applauded us for doing that because it's quite quiet and they would be the most affected by this movement of trash and bottles. So, you know, we have continued to try to have open conversation with as many neighbors. We have sent out letters, we've gone by foot, we've gone door to door, we've offered open houses to have an open forum for how we can all coexist in this space that we are set for. We've invested hundreds of thousands of dollars in. So how can we best coexist in this space? And we continue to be open and we are there every day. If there were issues, we welcome people to come to us and we will do everything that we can to fix them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm just curious about this, Robert. Would they have any opportunity to apply for a variance or special exceptions are usually baked into the ordinance, so I don't think it'd be a special exception, but would they have to apply for a variance if they were prohibited by law from having a sidewalk cafe? Could they seek a variance?
They can seek a variance. I don't know that we've ever approved a variance for not complying, because again, the logic behind the two standards is that if you have a loading zone or metered parking, that provides additional on-street buffer between the pedestrians and vehicular movement of traffic. So that additional clearance that's required is because people tend to not walk adjacent to moving traffic, but they will walk much closer to parked vehicles or vehicles that are in standing areas like loading zones. And so just the normal way of people and safety, having that protected space allows us to reduce the width requirement for the clear distance between where the dining is occurring and where pedestrians are walking. So I just want to be clear, there is a rational and safety oriented reason for why you get basically some credit for the fact that there is some kind of on-street buffer when you have a loading zone or metered parking adjacent to where your
proposed sidewalk cafe is. Additionally, those aren't travel lanes at that point. So again, vehicles should not be doing any major movements in there. But yes, I mean, it's a part of the zoning ordinance, so if you're not able to comply, I think technically you could request a variance. I just don't know that we've ever had anyone try to request a variance of those requirements.
Okay. And then, just to clarify factually, if it were a loading zone, and it was 5 feet under the ordinance, they would qualify under that?
Yes, my understanding is again, before we went out and measured it and then saw the site condition that the loading zone was less than the 30 feet required by statute for a loading zone to a stop sign. And then again, like I said, we've been working with TNT on that when we go out and do these site things. But just looking at the plan that was submitted, it did look like it was a compliant thing. Then they submitted the actual permit that necessitated the site visit, the measurements, and then the the things from there. So
Okay.
yes, if it was a legal loading zone, then yes, the sidewalk dining as it's been presented would have been permitted.
Okay. All right, the city attorney is here. Do you have a question?
Thanks. Just for clarification, is it marked now as no parking? Is it, or is it now do cars have the ability to physically drive right next to the sidewalk, or is it
Yes,
designated as no parking?
I believe they put up a no parking sign, but that is a part of a travel lane, so you could move to the edge of the sidewalk there to make your right turn onto Montague. You would no
So it's
longer
not
be
painted.
again, not to my knowledge, and again, that's the purpose of the statute, I believe, or the regulations is to kind of maintain that clear thing for vehicular movement.
Couldn't you make the argument though, that a stop sign is effectively a traffic calming measure and slows traffic down as people approach the corner, thereby having some sort of halfway between an unprotected and a protected? I mean, you're at a point where you've got vehicles that are coming to a stop right there. I mean, to me, I feel like I don't know if, certainly when you've got continuous traffic running through mid-block, there's no buffer, there are no cars or anything between the sidewalk and the traffic lanes. I can understand why that would be a concern, but when you have similar to, for instance, a speed hump or something like that, you've got vehicles that are slowing down, or even at a crosswalk for that matter. These are all calming measures that slow the speed of traffic. How does that, and I guess strictly reading the language doesn't take that into account, but I wonder if those are considerations that should have been or might have been considered the way the ordinance is written.
They were not well, I can't say they weren't considered. I wasn't here when the ordinance was written. I can tell you though, again, the standards that we have are pretty best practice in terms of the providing the additional space if you have a protected lane versus a non-protected lane. Again, human nature is to move away from where there's moving traffic, even if it is becoming slower. Additionally, at a stop sign at an intersection with a crosswalk, you have the potential for larger crowds of spaces of folks on the sidewalk because again, they're waiting to be able to cross. All of that said, that's not in the ordinance today, so that was why staff denied it. But if there is an interest in having a larger conversation, again, it's the current ordinance, but ordinances do change as we better understand situations, and I don't think that is something that we couldn't take into future considerations with future potential amendments. But on the way the ordinance is structured and written today, the stop sign itself and any other traffic calming device, to be perfectly honest, is not a part of the consideration for determining what requires a 5-foot clearance versus an 8-foot clearance.
How would they handle a yellow triangle as you approach the corner? If, for example, you had a parking space, it was 30 feet off, and they traffic had paid for them to mark that off as not as part of the lane.
We've treated that as a protected.
Yes. Mr. Chair, can I make a motion to go into executive session to get advice from council?
Yes, you may. Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, all in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? All right, we're gonna go into executive session to receive legal advice and we're going to return shortly.
Because it's I feel ultimately my decision, I'm gonna stay here, but I wouldn't mind if you don't have a problem with it, Matt, to go in just to provide any procedural stuff.
Yeah.
So Matt, if you go in just to provide any procedural stuff for them.
What? Oh, yeah.
He's getting paid by the hour, right? So he's good. Yeah.
Off his money, not mine.
Yeah.
No, I'm good, thank you.
That's my leg. How are you doing?
Good, how are you? I don't think we met. Just want to have the pleasure. I'm Joe McGee.
Hi, Joe, Robert Summerfield.
I hope I may call you, get some advice on a couple of matters. Related to zoning. I was talking to Robin, I think she might carry my question to you, but I'd probably like to talk to you as well.
That's fine.
So, thanks. Appreciate you navigating all this.
That's.
Are they
They
normal?
pay me the,
Yeah, the big bucks.
well, no, the regular government dollars. Wish it was big
Are
bucks.
the agendas usually, this is the first BZA meeting to have been to bar.
So this is the only meeting in July.
Only
So,
this many items on the agenda?
no, we try not to have this many items if we can all help it. That said, this is the only meeting in July because of the July 4th holiday on the first week. So we vacate that meeting. So this is usually a longer agenda. And then we've just had some longer agendas lately because we will have another long one in August. The first meeting in August is long too.
Yeah.
So,
I was wondering, because it's been.
yeah, no,
I mean,
this
you know,
is exceptionally
Even
long.
if you hit on very quickly, it's just a lot of stuff.
Yeah, no, this one is exceptionally long and honestly, it could have been longer. We had an item earlier in the agenda that got deferred.
Yeah.
That based on discussion probably would have had another 40 minutes to this meeting. Cause that one had some opposition from its neighbors that came in late as well, so.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'll have you drop a message in your, send you an email or.
Absolutely.
Your call.
You didn't like sardines, they love sardines, she told me.
Yeah, so what happens if they do have somebody in a wheelchair sitting outside?
That's what we call it EDA.
Well,
Yeah,
the
EDA.
way it's drawn, if you've got two people in Taylor, you're gonna be further out. They have to be drawing as a optimal drawing with no bodies. What happens? It's a board statement.
With that. No, in that, okay.
One of the reconciliations.
Well, that's what I'm waiting for.
Yeah. Anyway. I don't think it's based on the commentary. Real. So I think there's something else. Something else. When was it? I think it's something procedural.
It could
You said they maybe took this up, having this is, I wish I didn't. There was this decision, and this is like.
Ball cereal today.
I thought we were going to Mercy after that.
Yeah, that's right. Fresh cereal.
They'll be closed by the time we're done.
Yeah, that would be a very bad thing if you go into Mercy right now.
Just, how about just the bread?
Yeah.
right. It's on that original.
Thank you for the key. But that to me is. Yeah. We're basically these days.
Geez, super efficient up here, executive.
You know. You know, at five, we're okay, but at 10.
Or cushions.
No, they first not like my.
All right, I'll entertain a motion.
I make a motion to come out of executive session.
Is there a second? Second. All in favor, please say aye. 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 The motion passes. We're out of executive session. No decision was made, no action was taken. And we are, as a board, limited in some ways in the things that we can do and the things that we can't do. And so acting on reasonableness and or equity are not part of this board's charge. And so while we appreciate the comments of Mr. McGee, that's not our standard. Our standard is that we must determine whether or not, as a matter of law, the zoning administrator properly applied the City of Charleston ordinance in making his decision. We're limited to that narrow basis in deciding this appeal.
Mr. Chair, on that basis, I will make a motion to deny the appeal of the staff decision. Recognizing that this is purely a question of whether the ordinance was applied correctly or not.
All right, so we have a motion to deny the appeal. Any further discussion? Do I have a second? All right, Ms. Grass seconds the motion. All in favor of denying the appeal, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? None are opposed. We appreciate your efforts and arguments, Mr. Walker, and appreciate the statements of the restaurant owners. But we have to follow our pictures of our duty here.
Well, we want to express our appreciation for the consideration that you gave it. This has been a long, long evening for you, and all we can ask is that you hear us out, and you did. And I think you have a good feel for our situation, and we certainly appreciate where you're coming from. But thank you very much for the audience and the consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Walker. Thank you, Mr. Mississippi. I know it's been a long evening, so thanks for your patience. All right, we are at B 107 America Street, East Side, Council District 4, TMS number 459-05-04-007, Zone DR2F, requesting reconsideration of a board decision denying a Category 2 residential short-term rental application. Owner applicant Richard and Megan Schubert. Mr. Summerfield.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, so this item is before you tonight for property on America Street. You previously heard an appeal of the zoning administrator's decision to deny their short-term rental permit on the site. Following the hearing, the applicant has requested that you reconsider that decision to uphold that denial of their short-term rental, their Category 2 short-term rental application. So what's before you tonight is not the short-term rental application itself. It's whether or not this board erred in some way, missed something in their determination that they made, and then if they find that they did, then are they willing and interested in granting essentially a rehearing? If you are willing and interested in doing a rehearing, we treat it as a completely new hearing. We essentially clear the record, and the applicant will have the a right and ability to come with their application again, present it with whatever the missing component was or whatever was not heard or considered properly, but they are treated as a completely new application at that point. And so that is what's before you tonight. As this is a request to reconsider the board's decision, staff has no position relative to that, and that is completely for the board to determine whether or not they believe they erred or missed something, and to whether or not to grant reconsideration of the appeal. If they do, if you as a board do decide to grant the reconsideration, we have already gotten an application from the applicant because of deadlines so that it can be heard on your next agenda. We did want to, just because this will be a multiple meeting process and with the only one meeting in July. So we have already accepted, contingent on this matter tonight, an application for them to come back for that rehearing in August. If you do not give them reconsideration, then we will, we haven't taken any fees, so the item would not be on your August agenda, and at which point the applicants would be able to avail themselves of the civil court appeals process.
All right. Thank you, Robert. So we'll hear from I don't see anybody left other than the applicants on the two final items. So we'll hear from the applicant for 107 America Street.
Good evening. Megan Schubert, 107 America Street. So I am here to ask for the reconsideration of the decision of the denial for the short-term rental. The information that I had provided earlier was strategically based off the assessor office's records. I was able to take the advice of the board last time. I reached out to the developer, the planner of the unit I live in, as well as who did the reconstruction of the front house. There is actually a 6 square foot difference, not a 254 foot square difference. I submitted all that information as well. And I have the site plans and everything here. And then I also took into consideration the recommendation to how could we alleviate a part of the area, which is the rental unit, the one facing the street. And it was, close off a certain area. Well, luck be known, I do have one closet in my front house. And yes, I did have that closet open for use to, our guests hang their stuff when they're here. I have taken it upon myself to actually place a lock and a private sign on the one closet I have. To alleviate that 6 square foot variance of difference in the houses. So it would make, you know, the home to be subordinate and abide by.
Slightly, so your accessory building, the building that you consider your accessory building would be slightly smaller as a result of the
Correct, so it would actually.
actual square footage calculations.
Yes,
And
and
the
so.
closure of the closet as rentable space.
Yes, may I?
Sure.
And I only have one copy for you, I'll pass around. Yeah, and then, also, give me just a moment here. And I don't know if this would be something you'd want to entertain if you do grant me the ability to come back. I do have all the floor plans and I can put together a more definitive description since we don't have aerial view up here. What the builder had told me is we actually, oh, here we go. Is that, thanks. Okay, so as we previously discussed, right here is a laundry room. And this is 100 square feet. So when this home was purchased by, you know, the owners that resided there before I did, this was actually an open porch that measured at 100 square feet exactly. So if enclosed, that of course gave us that 6 foot variance, right? So of course it would be larger than the home that I currently live on. Which, you know, in order to have a short-term rental in downtown, it has to be of a certain age and you have to actually live on the premises as well. So again, due to our discussion that we had at the last meeting, I took the suggestions of the board. I went out, I found the builder. Had him give me the, you know, the square footage plans for everything, the details, the approval for everything that was done, and then I took it upon myself because while in this process, I don't want to, you know, come across anything that's gonna, you know, skew me to not have this approved. So I did the private sign, I did the lock, so I have completely taken that, so it puts us, I'm hoping, into a good standing.
Okay. So, you know, typically I don't, try to guide the board. I let you all make the decisions. However, it's been a late night. And, to me, the introduction of the clarified facts would render this capable of reconsideration, because obviously the board considered the facts to be one set of facts, and the truth is something a little different. So that could affect the board's decision if it hears the appeal. And so that's my thought, at least, is that that's sufficient to grant a motion to reconsider. But I'll entertain any discussion about it.
Oh, Robert, you said that there's already been an application. Does the application have all the new pertinent information, layouts and everything?
The applicant is nodding her head. Yes, yes, yes.
And $150 tomorrow morning as well.
And we hold off on that. So with this additional information, you all do everything that you need to do tonight based on the application. However, the appeal was based on the denial by the zoning administrator based on subordinate. If
the subordinate was based upon square footage, if I recall.
So based on this new material, we're gonna go back and take a look, and it
You
may not.
You may grant the permit.
Correct, we
without
may
the
grant
need
the
for
permit
any-
without any further board action.
That would be nice.
I would, I still, just to make sure that everything is free and clear.
Yeah.
I would really like the board to do what I think the chair is kind of suggesting. We will hold the space on the agenda, but with the updated documentation, I think we are gonna go back and just take a hard look at the numbers and make sure that whether or not it's approvable with the adjustments that have been put on the record, to be honest.
Now you know what I was asking.
I figured that, yeah. So this one may be able to come completely off at a future date, but please do your piece just in case it can't, and then that option, we don't hold something up by closing a door that we've got to reopen later.
I'll make the motion for reconsideration.
To approve to approve the applicant's request for reconsideration, right? So Mr. McKay has made a motion. Is there a second? Ms. Grass has seconded the motion. All right, Ms. Grass seconds the motion. All in favor, please say aye. Aye, or any opposed? Nay, okay. So the ayes have it, 4-1, and
Who named?
Mr. Bennett. And so we will either hear from you or not, depending on whether or not the city approves your application, before you come back
Okay.
with a new appeal.
So, okay, just to clarify, so in that guidance, I'm waiting to hear back from your team.
Correct.
To review it, okay.
Everything's in. We'll let you know, either pay the application fee for the agenda item and confirm that you're on that agenda,
Okay,
or you will receive something from Jason letting you know that you're approved for your STR permit for this next year.
okay, and just to be in accordance with all of the rules and regulations, can I email that as an attachment, the pictures that we have, taken forth and done?
Yeah.
And you guys include that into the information I've already, perfect, thank you all.
All right, thank you, Ms. Schuman. All right, final item on the agenda, B 30 Ashton Street, West Side, Council District 6, TMS number 460-11-01-065, Zone VR2F, requesting reconsideration of the board decision denying a Category 2 residential short-term rental application. The owner is 30 Ashton Street LLC. The applicant is Max Safarian. Mr. Summerfield.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, so all the same things that I said on the last one apply on this one. The item before you is to determine whether or not you erred in your judgment, whether there was material that you evaluated that was not correct, and determine whether or not it's appropriate to rehear the item. The item would come forward at your next agenda. Yeah, your next agenda. As a completely new item, if in fact you grant rehearing. And because this is a question of whether the board erred or not, staff has no recommendation as to approval or not of the request for reconsideration.
All right, Mr. Safarian, we'll hear from you.
All right.
Been a long night. Thanks for your patience.
I was gonna say the same to you all. Thank you all for your time tonight. My name is Max Safarian. I'm from Earhart Overstreet and I'm the attorney for the appellant. So appellant is Teresa Schuberg. She was not able to be here tonight. Join me as her daughter-in-law, Jessie Schuberg. And we have a similar issue to the previous applicant, but we have a little bit of a different take. We believe that the city has very clearly and I say this respectfully, misconstrued its ordinances with respect to Ms. Schuberg's property. This is a property that Ms. Schuberg bought in 2020. We have a picture. There's what she refers to as the carriage house. It's about 400 square feet smaller in the back. And as you can see, it opens out, it's not really clear in that picture, but it opens out in a garden. It's secluded from the street. It's more private. Miss Schuberg is an elderly widow. She wanted to be away from the street. She wanted the privacy. She didn't need the larger space. And really, most importantly, she needed the income from a short-term rental to be able to afford to live here. She moved to Charleston to be closer to her children. And really, without this short-term rental income from the front property, she's not able to live in the property, and she's actually had to list the property for sale as a result of her short-term rental license being denied. So I want to be clear that in the 5 years she's bought this house since 2020, there's been no change to the structure and no change to the relevant ordinances. And she's tried to do everything by the book. When she bought this property, she reached out to Mr. Rowe, the short-term rental coordinator, And she let him know, and we have the email in the file, that she'd be living in the back house that had 1 bedroom and 1 bath with the possibility for a loft, which could be a bedroom, and that the front property had 2 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms. So the city was fully aware that this property that she was gonna be living on was physically smaller, and that the property that she'd be renting was going to be larger. And her position has always been, the principal residential unit is the one that I'm living in full-time, and the accessory use, you know, not an accessory building, but the use is going to be the one that I'm renting out. And that was made clear from the city, from the beginning to the city. And so from 2021 through 24, 4 years in a row, this property has been granted a short-term rental license at category 2. Again, no change to the ordinances now and no change to the property. 2025, and this is in our materials as well, Ms. Schuberg got an email from Mr. Rowe, and it said one of the things that has been further defined in the time since this permit was originally approved in 2021 was the determination of accessory use. Now, I'll say very respectfully that I disagree that there has been any further defining, because there's been no change to the ordinance. And so the email continues that the administrator has made the determination that size would be the factor. Even though the ordinance says, and I'm reading from section 54-120, an accessory use is a quote, use of land or of a building customarily incidental and subordinate to the principal use of the land. So although she's always maintained the back property as her primary residence, has rented out with the city's permission for 4 years, the front property, all of a sudden now the zoning administrator has, I guess, redefined the statute, or excuse me, the ordinance to add a size requirement that's not there. And respectfully, the reason we know that there is no size requirement for a category 2 is because category 3 actually does have a size requirement. If you look at section 54-208.3, and then you look at subsection A3, one of the requirements for a category 3 is that the size and character of the STR use must be subordinate and incidental to the principal residential use of the property. That's for category 3. This is a category 2. That requirement is not present in category 2. So respectfully, what we believe the city has done after 4 years of granting a short-term rental license is they've read into a category 2 license a requirement that's in category 3, not in category 2. And now Ms. Schuberg has been deprived of the rental income that she was relying on and has actually had to list the property for sale. And no longer can afford the property. You know, like I said, since there's been no change to the ordinance, there's really nothing she could have done. There was no reason why she could have seen this coming. She's invested a lot of money into the property. She's built her life here. And she's been relying on this income for 4 years. And she's really struggling to see, without a change to the structure, the change to the use, or a change to the ordinances, how all of a sudden, after 4 years, that this could suddenly not be eligible, where nothing has changed, but now the city has determined it's suddenly ineligible. So respectfully, just to wrap it up, what we're looking at with these ordinances, as I read them, and as I think they state pretty clearly, is when we're looking at an accessory use, what really is at issue is not arbitrarily, is it a bigger property or a smaller property? And perhaps, sure, that could be a relevant factor, but if you look further at the city's email from Mr. Rowe, it plainly says, it compares the square feet and says, therefore, it is subordinate. There's no analysis of how she used the property. There's no consideration of she lives full-time in the smaller property, which, as I mentioned, you know, she's an elderly woman. It made perfect sense for her to decide to live in the smaller property. And now she's just, without any change, she's just, absent reconsideration of the board, she's just out of luck and has to sell her home. So because we believe that the city has, respectfully believe that the city has misread its ordinance and misapplied them here, we request that the board reconsider the decision. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Safarian. Any questions for Mr. Safarian while he's there?
I have one question. Sure. And I'm just curious. If we consider a property that has two uses, any property. Sure. Residential and a short-term rental. How would the determination be made as to which one is primary and which one is an accessory use?
Well, to me, when we're talking about a residential property, to me, the primary use would be, is it my full-time residence? Is that where I live full-time? If by definition, as a short-term rental, it does not have an occupant 365 days a year. So by definition, to me, well, I'm not the one that writes the ordinance, but to me, if you live full-time in a property and rent out part-time another property, seems to me that the subordinate use, not the size, but the subordinate use would be the property that's being rented, not the property that you're living in full-time. And as I mentioned, category 3 does have that size restriction, and we don't dispute that tomorrow the city could decide to put that requirement into category 2. It's just not there right now.
What if it were zoned limited commercial or something like that, or general business, but it was being used with a residence and a short-term rental? And I'm just curious, and I realize I'm throwing a lot of hypotheticals, and I'm trying to get my head around the determination between which one becomes the accessory, which one becomes the principal.
So is your question if the property was not a short-term rental, but was used as a commercial property?
No, if it were used as a short-term rental on a commercially zoned property.
Well-
If you took the zoning out of the question, how would you determine that residential is the primary or the principal use and the short-term rental is the accessory use?
I think he's saying if the zoning permitted a commercial use for one of the properties, and obviously, I don't know, I guess a rental is still a residential use, but I hear what you're saying.
Yeah, I understand now. So if it, hypothetically, if we're in a commercial district, or a semi-commercial district, I mean, I guess in that circumstance, the principal use could be full-time commercial business or residential. I mean,
Well, it's not a fair question, I realize too,
No, it's
because in a commercial, the short-term rentals are a completely different ball of wax. It's a different rule.
but I would just add that, even if there was that requirement here, I mean, she told the city in 2020, excuse me, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna be living in the back house with the 1 bedroom and the 1 bath. The front house she didn't give the square feet, but when you say one house had 1 bed, 1 bath, the front house has 2 bed, 2 bath. I think it's pretty clear that she's gonna be living in the smaller house. And still for 4 years, she was granted a short-term rental license. And I think just from that standpoint, I mean, it's really gets into an estoppel of argument of whether it's really fair for the city to suddenly change its interpretation on her, and like I said, force her to have to put the house on the market, because that rental income was the only way she can afford it. We're not here because there's been a bunch of noise violations and she's trying to save her license. She's put, if you saw the pic, I should have submitted them. If you saw the pictures of what the property looked like before she invested in it, it's without question been a value add. They've put a lot of money into the property. There's no neighbors who have complained about it. So I think from, the typical concerns that the city would have about a short-term rental, which I totally hear, I don't think they're present here. Or at least if they were, the only reason that was given was the square foot differential. And given that it's been 4 years of this being granted a license, we just don't see how that can be fair.
Any other questions from Mr. Safarian while he's here? Okay. All right, thank you. Anything you'd like to say, Mr. Schubert? So we do have council present. And, since we've gone on this long, we might as well make use of it.
I'll make a motion to go into executive session.
All right, thank you. So second, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None are opposed. The motion passes. We'll going back into executive session, we receive legal advice. We did that.
I'm sorry. Earhart Overstreet.
It's cool.
Yeah.
You guys are everywhere.
Ryan is over.
Ryan is everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
You want me to still?
Mm-hmm.
Appreciate it.
She would have gotten told that we were one.
Right, and she told.
Yeah. And so much communication between her. I mean, it's been going.
I thought we'd have all the neighbors coming to support us, no?
I didn't even think of that.
Well, at least we didn't have anybody oppose it, but somebody can do it.
I felt so bad for that group though. For the business owner. I mean, I'm sure there's.
So I was trying to remember where
communication.
I heard of that restaurant and, just weeks ago, I was chatting with a neighbor walking the dog. And I remember where it was. He had said him and his wife went there and it was really good.
Yeah,
I didn't know they mostly do cold dishes. That's interesting.
I think it's interesting. And they have one oven.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool. It was beautiful.
Yeah,
Beautifully
it looked
designed.
really nice, yeah.
It's like over by Teresa, the Honeysuckle Rose.
I've heard of that. I haven't been there.
Yeah.
I think you should tell Robin that we gotta think that's what
I'll have
we're
it.
Mercy on him.
Yeah. Mercy or Honeysuckle Rose.
Yeah.
They're both, I'm sure, very different. I don't know Mercy's price point, but Honeysuckle Rose is like.
I think Mercy, I looked at the menu. and
400.
I think it's high, yeah. I don't think you're finding many entrees even in the 30s.
Like we ate at Chasing Sage one time.
I haven't heard of that.
I don't know that they're still there. But they were kind of like that, like small plates. But it took a lot of small plates to get full. So the price. The overall price was really.
I'm a food geek kinda, like I like cooking, I like restaurants and I've always wanted to go to one of those restaurants you see on TV where it's like 20 meals this day.
Yeah, 20 little.
You feel like you need to go to McDonald's after and you spent $500 a person.
I actually had one, I went to one of those, a Michelin star in Peru.
Oh,
With
wow.
a friend, I was just tagging along on their trip basically.
Wow.
Anyways, it was 25 little bites. By bite 18, I was like, tap me out.
Really?
I can't eat anymore.
Cause you look at each one of them individually and you're like, that looks like I could eat 100 of them and not be full.
Yeah, like
Wow.
sushi almost, right? You think you
Well,
can eat a lot.
I will admit, I can eat a bottomless pit of sushi. Not something I'm proud of. I don't know, you got a good recommendation on all your.
I used to do Oak.
Yeah. It's a very pricey,
Yeah, very. Like some really interesting. Variety.
yeah. I'm just fascinated with, the culture and everything. I went to Chick-fil-A at like 3:30, so if you wanna call it dinner, I don't know, don't worry about me, I'm fine. I'm good, thank you. No mercy, close 8 minutes ago.
Oh my God, yeah.
That's good. I think that's good.
We were.
What is the executive session?
I didn't get an executive session.
I'm at, the last time they just said this was the previous, yeah.
Last time we got out of. Like 7:30, I was the last one to go.
You were saying earlier that this is unusually lengthy.
Yes, normally we don't have an agenda this long, and we certainly aren't here this late.
Well, sorry to keep you.
But because we only have one meeting
Yeah,
in July,
Right.
so you compress basically 2 agendas worth of items. Luckily, we only had one deferral item, because sometimes that can be what messes you up, is you have items that have been deferred from other meetings. And sometimes those you can get 2 or 3 meetings worth of deferred items.
Yeah, and then
Requested to go
everything up.
forward, and then,
Sure.
yeah, so, and we don't have, unlike some of our other boards that have caps, so they have a hard limit on how many applications can be on an
Oh,
agenda. The BZA doesn't, and so if we get, God forbid, we get 30 applications.
I'm knocking on the closest wood I can
Yeah.
find.
We get 30 applications, technically,
Yeah.
we're responsible to hear 30 applications.
Is there any way you can space them out and say, some of you gotta go next time?
We can make the ask,
You can
but if
ask,
an
yeah.
applicant by,
They have a right.
yeah, by ordinance, they have a right, if they
Okay.
meet the submission deadlines. They have a right to be heard at that, whatever that agenda is. Again, here, this is usually not this big of a problem. And we work really hard to try to see if there's anything that's like, oh, no, they submitted for this and they don't have to.
No, I mean, this one is efficiently as it,
Oh, yeah.
possibly could.
Yeah, our chair runs a
Yeah,
truly
I
efficient
did.
meeting, so,
Yeah.
yeah. He's good about that, and like I said, we don't ever, like, if the meeting goes until 8, that's a long meeting, like. Yeah, this is
I'm
really,
sorry,
this is, I think, our latest meeting,
we set the record.
yeah, I think that, well, since I've been doing this for almost a year, I think this is the record for the longest
You
meeting.
guys couldn't have denied this license a month earlier, huh?
Yeah. No, I think.
Anyway, well, thank you guys for your
Yeah.
attention.
That's crazy.
I was gonna stay away from these nuts. Hey, just one bit of chocolate, I mean.
Oh, they're definitely all on.
Did Robert give y'all some snacks?
You've earned them.
Think so.
He just said he had Chick-fil-A and he wasn't hungry.
I said I had Chick-fil-A like 7 hours ago and I'm very hungry, but thank you. I did, I was talking about this here, I was talking to. He mentioned that, yeah, that's a good. Yeah, Andrew joined us, on Christmas time. He's a rock star.
All of these things are supplemental materials.
Okay.
Trying to get Ryan help.
Those on file.
Ryan Tower situation.
All right, I'll entertain a motion on executive session.
I'll make a motion to come out of executive session.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
All right, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. All right, we're out of executive session. No action was taken, no decision was made. We do find ourselves, again, you heard, I know you were here during the, both of these appeals. And there was a distinction between the request for reconsideration. One relied upon estoppel and equitable arguments, and the other was a new fact or a different fact that the board had not considered. And as we explained to Mr. Walker, we can't make a decision on equitable principles as much as we may want to or feel that we should. We have to go by, did the board misapprehend, misunderstand, or misapply, what we did before? Is there some new or missing fact or evidence that we didn't consider that's come up that's new? And so we're sort of limited. Our guardrails are pretty narrow in terms of what we can do. Now, you have an attorney. I know we talked about that last time. So the good news is that no matter what happens here, he'll be able to guide you and your mother-in-law on the next steps. And there are opportunities for a broader consideration of your issues. That's not before this board, as I understand our duties that are prescribed to us. Having said that, anything else that anybody wants to say or questions or discussion? Okay. All right, is there a motion?
I'll make a motion. I've been the bad guy most of the night, so I just keep doing it. My motion is for denial and on the grounds that we've not misapprehended or misconceived the question involved, nor have we erred in our finding and disposition. I know that's maybe not what you want to hear, but that is, I think, perhaps it gets you closest to the next step going forward.
I'll second that.
All right, so we've got a motion to deny the request for reconsideration. We have a second. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? None are opposed. And so the request for reconsideration of the board's decision is denied. But there will be other alternatives and remedies and avenues that you can discuss with.
Thank you for the board consideration.
So the appeals period is still open for whatever necessary filings that you all may feel that you need to make through the civil proceeding process. And then that opens up the mediation process and the potential settlement conversation with seniors. And her office would be the one you want to speak to about any of those next steps.
So the meeting is adjourned. Thank you very much.
I won't keep you a second longer. All right, thank you so much. It was very nice to meet you.
Interesting day.
Thank you all for your service.
Yeah. Set the record tonight for the longest meeting.
Well, longest meeting for
We've had some pretty long.
longest meeting for me. Gordon sent us an email apologizing that we're at work and was still grinding the millstone. He didn't realize he was supposed to be here.
Not worries.
Well, we pressed on with Adam.
Gordon Huey, he's our newest member of.
I don't think you were trying to shake my hand, but nice to meet you.
Get out of the parking lot. It's already the next day. That was